Woot woot. Proud of you. Hello, everyone. We're here with episode 2, session 2 of this one shot of the Gentlefolk Saga. Look, we called it the Gentlefolk Saga. When we said saga, we knew it wasn't going to be a single thing. Yes, I did. Look. That's fine. This should be better. Mel talk. Sing for us, Maybelline.
Really though? Like actually though?
Yeah,
I'm sure you want that to happen.
It's gonna be the only time I ever allow it. Might as well.
Fair enough. Call me maybe.
You're louder than the rest of us, but we can't hear the rest of us now. So
Are you guys like good or too low? I'm just gonna turn it up, and I'm gonna turn myself
How
down.
many audio sources do you have?
2. One for you guys, one for me.
74. So then how am I louder than everybody if we're all the same audio source?
I'm louder than everybody, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, my bad. My mistake.
Can someone check mine, please?
Hi guys, before we start,
minutes.
we're just gonna check everybody's audio because we're a bunch
my
of
audio is pretty
loons.
even. I'm very happy.
Okay, I turned y'all up, I turned me down a smidge, so...
just don't turn me on.
God, it's worth like.
It's not even been 3 minutes into the game.
Come on.
You know
3 minutes.
You know what's
I
great?
have self-control.
Head empty, no thoughts.
And now... And now... Muted.
He
you do that?
actually did it though.
I think you can, you have to unmute yourself now.
It's really
Echo.
funny.
I don't know why they wouldn't give you the control to let you unmute people if you mute people. That's
I
stupid.
know it's still
You
showing up
can't
as
unmute?
muted for me.
I
Just-
know.
Yeah.
Echo,
same.
you might
Yeah,
have to
same.
unmute yourself. That is stupid.
That is pretty weird. Echo's still muted for me.
No,
Yeah.
well, I can't
No,
do
no,
it.
I think they know.
I'm aware. I just haven't
Yeah.
unmuted.
Okay, I'm sorry. Listen. I decided to have some happy
I'm
juice
try-
tonight.
I'm
so...
trying to check Mint's stream right now, so I was keeping
Oh,
myself
oh.
muted.
Thank you so
My
much.
bad. I'm
I
sorry.
know this is gonna be an interesting night. I'm on the first day of new meds today, so.
Hell
Ooh.
yeah.
It's gonna be a good time.
Do.
The
So-
audio on Minstream is good.
If
Cool.
someone can
Thank you.
double check mine, because I did move some things at some point,
Oh.
great.
Okay. Give
But
me a
no one
second, I'll
has
check
to.
you.
Okay, I mean, you don't have to right this sec, but as I usually like to start it off, who wants to tell me what happened last time?
Oh,
Hang on.
We get to give an overview.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Vinny's is good.
Vinny loves to have other people do the overviews.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Well, there were lots of shenanigans.
So many shenanigans. I can give factual information. I can't give a lot of like story info.
Do it either way.
Okay.
I can do story.
All right. You want to tag team this?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The little weird things too.
What? So we were all meeting up in town for God knows what reason. Sid was running late because they had to investigate some grave stuff. And then we decided that, hey, there's missing bodies. Maybe let's just look at that instead of doing whatever it was we were originally supposed to do. We went and
we caused some
investigated.
chaos in the town beforehand.
Oh,
especially
absolutely.
in the
Yeah, no.
library.
Maybe he was throwing it back in the library, saying let the bodies hit the floor. Yvette was trying to seduce a mechanical owl, I think.
No.
Someone
No,
was
no, no,
trying
no,
to
no.
seduce
No,
a
no. The
mechanical owl.
mechanical owl was trying to seduce the owl hooting sound that I made with my
There it is.
I was-
Okay.
illusions thing.
innocently chiseling away at the wall in the library. I had
Sure.
nothing to do with any owl seducing.
Okay. I apologize. So we went to go
There
investigate.
wasn't even a real owl involved.
Okay. We went to go investigate the graves. There was remnants of a spell
Vinny, you're
called
okay.
Chancer's floating disc. There was also some thick, long claw marks in the graves. Could have been from a kobold or a dragon. Tail marks. The people who are missing are recently dead, like within the past year. 2 of the bodies were shopkeepers, and the third was a hand for hire at the Chancery, which is like an underground fighting ring.
Frank, Joe, and Oren.
Yeah, or 10. Or 10.
Or 10.
Orin's from the other campaign.
Yeah, wrong campaign.
Joe, Frank, Oren.
Frank died like 5-6 months ago. Joe, I think also died 5-6 months ago. Orton died 9 months ago. We also learned that Orton died in the hearing, which is like a weird process thing that they do to like get people out of debt with the Chancery. And Frank and Joe had hired someone to fight Orton on their behalf. So that's the information that I have. I do remember we like broke into the shopkeep's like old shops and found like some underground tunnels or something, and then there was obnoxious planning outside. That's about all I remember.
The underground tunnels underneath the shops led to the underground fighting ring. Like they're connected, and Bells's
Bells made some really stupid decisions that I was thankful Vinny didn't take advantage of.
Some great decisions. And Bells's familiar saw Orton and Frank, I forget which one was raised, being raised from the dead in like the locker rooms.
Oh yeah, one of the last shopkeepers
fighting ring. And it looked like whoever the other one is, either Frank or Joe, was like about to be raised from the dead. So
yeah, and Orton was alive.
Yes.
And we met someone else who was brought back to life. We met Vendetta.
Yep. And that's when we had the whole conversation about abs that lasted like 10 minutes.
Way too long.
A solid amount of time, to be honest.
Not long enough. Not long enough. To which we established that 2 members of our party are also absolutely fucking ripped.
Oh yeah.
And then
who would that be?
That would be Sid and Solara. And then so Solara went to go talk to Vendetta about what had happened, how she was raised, what all had gone down in there. Also was looking for somebody who could maybe bring her back from the dead should she ever die. And then we all went back to the hotel room, in which Solara said, "Don't sit on my bed." And the first thing that happened was her bed was sat on. There was a little...
Solara only told Yvette, and Yvette didn't tell anybody else.
Bells is just a chaos gremlin who didn't know anything different and just wanted to sit there.
And then everyone was like, let us use meta knowledge to cause drama.
So there was a little bit of a fight there, and then that's pretty much where we ended.
Sounds about
everyone
right.
who was staying in the inn went to sleep there, and Yvette and Sid went back to the graveyard to sleep there.
Yep,
Little weirdos.
And they were roommates. Anyways,
They were roommates, and there was only one bed.
So in the beginning, y'all had your own little adventures. Maybe went to the zoo. Solara went to the fighting ring. A bunch of you went to the library. Specifically, Yvette got a new cantrip, while Sprig learned a little bit about potential inspiration uses that could be learned, while Bells just caused chaos, which is fine. After all that happened, you guys met Taw, and a couple of you guys ended up going to the Fuzzy Dragon.
The Fuzzy Dragon.
Eating oranges that made you breathe orange lightning, causing some chaos there, inquiring about wares.
Bells made the one dude smell like something, I forget what.
Skunks.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
You made him stinky.
A couple people tried to fix that with their own sense of choice. Kind of worked. But yeah, you guys decided upon yourself to take up this mission of tracking down these 3 bodies. And that is what you have continued to do. You have found the 3 bodies. They are now not dead bodies. They are full alive, not half alive, like Yvette prefers. Not full dead, like Sid prefers. I don't know which way Sid actually prefers that, but who knows?
Sid would just prefer that Yvette didn't reanimate the ones that were in his graveyard.
But it is the next morning. all of you have gotten your normal rest. That you do wake up a little earlier in your place because you technically trance as a high elf, which I don't know how that works for sleeping in the same bed with somebody, but
Just kind of lay there.
do you stay the
Eyes,
next
like,
4
fully
hours?
open,
Yeah,
just
so you just
laying there.
next 4 hours you're just sitting there, eyes open and awake. Nice.
Yeah, the rest of the time is just sat furiously scribbling in a notebook at all times.
Like you do. It's a good time.
As one
As,
does.
as that happens, I'm gonna just start off at the tavern, the Fairweather Tavern, where you all found a stay. Maybe you specifically wake up in a bed that you and Solara fell asleep in alone. No one is there with you, cuddling you for your naps.
No.
Our fairy friends wake up either in their one bed or if someone snuck off in the middle of the night, which we're not going to get into. One wakes up in a bed, the other one wakes up somewhere in a graveyard.
Why are you calling me out like this?
That was called out last time. You didn't argue it, so I'm just going to assume either you're both in a bed at the Fairweather Tavern or you're in the graveyard somewhere. Until I am corrected, that's where it stands.
Yeah, where are you? That's not an answer.
Yes, but where
You're
are you?
sleeping.
Just
All right.
wheezing. Just wheezing.
Vinny, we did get a long rest in though, right?
You all got a long rest.
I stayed in the bed.
Okay. So
I
Sprig,
thought miming sleep would help that.
I mean,
Nope.
you
No.
would have had to sleep in the graveyard too. Like, yeah, you all wake up. Yvette, if you did want to do anything beforehand, you have a little extra time because you are awake sooner. Is there anything you
There are
did want to
my
do?
Spells that I want for today. And yeah, just kind of chill and just sit there scribbling in a notebook.
Alright.
Like
Well,
a
the
crazy
re-
person.
The rest of you wake up. Sid, you wake up. To Yvette, you hear just continuous writing coming next to you.
Yeah. That just makes it set Friday.
Sounds about right. But yeah, you all wake up. You guys can gather together at whatever location you guys choose. I'm assuming it was planned out beforehand, even though we're not going to
I think
say.
we said we were gonna meet back at the room in the inn.
Okay.
Mhm.
And Yvette and Sid walk over, pointedly not talking about the fact that they slept in the same bed again.
It's common now. It's been happening for literal years.
When Sid and Yvette walk up, maybe just crosses her arms and stares at them.
Hi, maybe. Why are you? What? What happened?
How would maybe communicate that Solara is gone? Fuck. I have to think of something.
Oh, are we in the room at this point? Can we?
Oh, I'm
do
sorry. Did I
notes?
misunderstand something?
It's up to you
Did
guys. Yeah,
I-
you guys can all be
I had-
somewhere in the
I had a
tavern.
beverage, so a very large one.
Beverageino.
Beverageino.
I have a question asking if we can see who is currently standing in the room and if we would notice that so gone.
Or if we're
Um,
downstairs getting breakfast.
When you are, either way can work. I will say when you are downstairs getting breakfast, one thing that stands out to you very quickly is that you see Vendetta there. Vendetta is there eating just like a plain broth in the morning with some bread and soup. If you guys care enough, there is going to be an image up on my Twitch, and I will also send it to you guys. So you
That's
can see-
Vendetta.
That is Vendetta.
I'm gay.
Shocker.
We've been
Wait, did you just put it up on the Twitch or did you send it to everyone too?
I'm going to put it
It's
up
on
on the
the
Twitch,
Twitch.
and then I will send it to you guys.
Cool.
So that way you
I'm
guys
looking at
also
Twitch,
have...
but I can't do both because my computer hates me.
No, that's
fine.
fair.
I'm going to send
I'm
it
just
into
gonna
the...
look at the chat on my phone.
Yeah, it's in the Gentlefolk Saga on our Discord, so you can see the
Okay.
image clearly. Long blue hair with white at the end,
Mm-hmm.
white
Yep, she's pretty.
eyes. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
She's just eating as whoever comes down will say same time to make life easier. That some of you walk down, maybe getting food, and Sid and Yvette come in.
Yeah, no.
Vendetta just nods over.
Are her feathers literally ruffled?
Yes.
That
She
could work.
sees you two walk in and she goes, "Don't go wasting your emotion." As if I know what you two did last night, and just goes and gets her breakfast.
Yvette is just thoroughly confused.
That's
Yvette
fair.
does
Maybe.
not speak maybe.
Maybe you don't have to say that every time we wake up.
Just-
We
We all
are in a
know.
horrible mood this morning. All right.
She's really grouchy
Twist?
because Solara just ditched her. She was getting snuggles, and now she's not. She's upset.
Which
Uh,
cannot correctly be communicated, really.
Nope, it's
No.
not. Nope, it's not.
Sid's gonna pull a piece of paper out of her pack and then just like swipe Yvette's quill that they've been using for you, and may hand it over.
All right, she'll write down. Solara's gone. Don't know where she went. I wanted snuggles. Sad face.
Sid will pull you into a big ol' hug.
Very happily accepts the hug.
Oh,
What are our fairy twins up to? I can't hear you, Sprig. I don't know if you're actually talking or not.
I didn't say anything.
Okay.
No, I just Echo, you want to go first?
I was waiting on you to go first.
Are you guys joining the others for breakfast, or are you doing
Yes.
something else? Okay.
I will absolutely join the others for breakfast. I'm going to purposely wait to come down at a different time for Bells.
Fair enough. When Vendetta
I'm
sees
suspicious.
most of you, she turns and says, "Just so you know," takes a drink from her mug. Your friend left. Didn't say how long. Didn't specify where she was going. Just said to keep an eye on you guys, and I like her, so I'm here gonna at least listen to what you guys have to say and what you're planning. But I make no promises that I'm gonna help.
Interesting. Please give me a definition of the word like to you.
So far, the most sensible of the bunch. Had longer conversation than the analytical one you're doing right now, which is just honestly just making me want to work with you guys a little bit less.
they are just very curious. Human interaction is not something they've had much of, so it's a work in progress.
Fair enough.
Trying my
I'm.
best.
I know, dear. I know.
So, are you guys still planning something, or are we just having breakfast?
Well, we have a few ideas. I guess perhaps probably not burning down the place now, unfortunately.
Not even a little bit. Can't we just burn like a little bit of it down?
I don't
Just a
think
little
it works
bit?
that way. No, I don't think it works that way. It's all or nothing.
I'm fine with all.
Well, let's do all.
Mm, Perhaps that will be a last case scenario. Yes?
Thank
The other options were to cause a distraction in the fighting rink, which I mean could be between you and I now instead of myself and Solara, although I have no doubt that she'd kick my ass because I'm very slow. But all that
Well,
and maybe
we were going to pretend someone was dead. I don't remember what the plan was. but
Maybe
we were
puts a
going
hand up.
to-
So fun fact, I can't hear any of y'all right now, but I can see that you're talking because of the captions. I don't know what just happened to my computer.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No, did two of you just say rut roll?
No, I said Marrero. Can't you read?
I quit. I quit.
I figured out what happened. When I pouted, I pressed the down volume that's on my headphones. I forget that the headphones have their own volume button.
Maybe don't hold on to that.
Yeah.
Get another fidget toy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Something-
holding it. It's
something
clipped
more
onto my
suitable.
shirt. When I
Oh,
pouted,
okay.
my arm pressed on it.
Oh.
That's-
Oh.
You pout too aggressively.
But Bells, you come down. Sprig, you come down sometime after. Was there a purpose for
been
you
down.
coming down
Oh
separately,
yeah,
or
Bells is down. Sprig was waiting to come down.
yeah, was Sprig
Yeah,
was
Bells
there?
has been down. They were agreeing with Yvette about burning down the building.
Yeah, Spriggs. Was there a reason for separation?
Just after the chaos of the day before, she needed like a few minutes by herself to write in her journal.
That's
A
fair.
moment
like,
of silence.
That's fair.
Become
So
prepared for the day.
we'll say Sprig is
Yeah.
upstairs, doing that for the moment, getting those feelings out.
So my problem with the death is that actually you could die, but none of us could really bring you down there because the only person that was unseen was Solara,
I was unseen.
which is why you could die.
Oh, I didn't realize you were talking to me. Sorry.
Oh, well, maybe our lovely new friend, Vendetta, can help us.
So I'm dragging one of your corpses down and making a case for them to bring you back?
It won't be a real corpse. Unfortunately, it will be a fake corpse.
Well, I have nothing
Uh,
against a real or fake corpse. I don't know why those are the options, but my main issue is why am I bringing a corpse down?
Seems fun.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask them to bring someone alive, who then you're gonna get one of these, and she points to a brass teardrop that is on the side of her cheek and says, "You're gonna get one of these and have a life debt. If that's something that you're interested in, we could do that. But also, if you're not really dead, I think the person who brings people back to life is gonna be able to figure that out."
Okay, we'll save that because
I don't have magic, so I don't know what magic y'all can do, but like
I'm mostly a heal bitch, so
Solution to that problem: we actually kill one of us, and then when they get raised, then it won't be a problem.
but then life
No.
debt.
then life debt, and
But
then
they're actually dead, so it will be a problem. The problem is they're not really dead, right?
I don't see how. Yvette, I don't know if you know this, but it's not nice generally to kill your friends.
But what if the friend is okay with it?
It does not make it okay. Do any of you understand how just morality works?
No.
Working on it.
We-
before.
I'm a work in
Can you-
progress.
Kill
If-
friends.
Yvette, can you pencil me in? We are going to be having a morality conversation at some point. Very important. It's terrifying that you sleep next to me and you did not know that fact.
He's just going to sagely say in
I'll
agreement,
pencil you in
this is a
after.
library, not a graveyard.
Oh man. Okay. So that's two of our three plans that may not work very well. But I do like the idea of causing a distraction in the pit and possibly having some people who are better at finding things look around and investigate, maybe network, things like that, to see kind of what's going on, what the general view of those people is, like how people see them. Are they liked? Are they disliked? Are they feared? All that could be quite good.
I have a question. What is our goal? What is the research question? What are we trying to find out? So we know that these people were raised from the dead, and we know where they came from and where they are right now. But what are we trying to find out, really?
why, and also what the life debts have to do with it. Because generally, life debts are not fun things and are not usually done by well-meaning people. I don't think I've ever met a single person that has asked somebody for a life debt and been made a good decision with it.
Vendetta just mumbles as she bites into roll. Yep, she's a bitch.
Who?
Am I a bitch?
Not you. No,
Oh, I was like,
Who's the
the Ivory Queen. She's the one we
Ah.
get all these life debts to.
Oh, right.
oh,
Maybe just
right.
nods and very enthusiastically slams her fist on the table and goes, "All right, a quick cup of coffee. Then we finish the job."
Maybe
was
it's
the
the
most
greatest thing to
sensible
exist. I
thing
just
you've
want you to
ever
know
said.
that.
I'll
you
ask
think
the tavern owner for some milk and be like, not coffee, but this will do just as well.
Coffee.
No.
Coffee.
Give me the coffee that was supposed to go in with the milk. I'll just get twice as much coffee, please. Thank you.
Oh,
Coffee.
All right, one milk, one double coffee coming right up. And goes over.
Gimme coffee. I don't know if you
Sam
guys
has
realize the theme yet, but I'm doing tonight for a majority of baby's quotes. So I hope you love that.
Yes.
All right. So the Ivory Queen is a bitch. Is that what I heard?
I
A
mean,
bitch.
Oh fuck. Maybe that word may not be a good one to say in polite company. Otherwise, you're good to go. But I'll nod when it's good, and I'll shake my head when it's bad. Okay?
She points at Yvette and goes, "A bitch."
No. No. No.
Listen, I would like to put it on the record that she didn't learn those words from me this time.
Maybe
I
we
like
should
that-
not call our friends bitches.
I like that maybe probably knows like one necromancy spell that Yvette definitely taught maybe. It's like, I didn't do it this time. This was not me.
Maybe no spooky, scary skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down my spine.
Sprig, around this time, you walk down.
Yeah.
You walked out just to see maybe go, a bitch.
A bitch. In Sid's
The same
voice,
energy.
no less.
She's just gonna look at Maybe and look at Sid and be like, I'm assuming that wasn't on purpose.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Do one of you
Cool.
own her, or did you adopt her? What is?
Oh, maybe hears the word
It's just-
own and gets like up angry, like
No,
Studio
no.
Ghibli style, like how dare you? And points
get
at her and goes, "A bitch."
Not wrong.
Good job,
She's
baby.
just-
Well done.
She's just like, you're not wrong, and just bites into what she's eating.
No, at this point, I have like protective, like mom, like
Nope.
not through
Maybe it's-
paperwork, but she's my kid.
Maybe is her own whole person, and she will be the first to tell you that. Though
I
if you
would.
understand her, that's
I'd like to
that's
smack Vendetta with my quarterstaff.
Okay,
That sounds like a bad idea.
do it up.
you
Go
know,
ahead and roll an attack.
How to get your shit rocked at 9 o'clock in the morning.
That's a nat one.
Damn it, Yvette.
You go to hit Vendetta, and either it's your swing or Vendetta was a little too quickly. It goes by you, just hits Sid in the armor.
Oh, that probably hurt your hand.
The winner takes it all.
Wow. Right out of the gate.
Oh wait, no, you use your staff though, so you're okay. You just hear like a good like ting.
That's what I was thinking. It was just like, conk, Okay. Well,
Whoops.
that's fun. Good strike. If you were aiming for me, bad strike. If you were aiming for this one, good strike.
Okay. Well, so the Ivory Queen's a bitch. How much so? What's particularly about her? Is it just personality or what she does?
I've never met her, but when I owe my life to someone without agreeing to it, I usually consider them a bitch.
You know what? That is so fair.
I
That
don't
is
think-
so fair.
I don't think anyone's met her. I think like 2 people in the entire place have met her. I've never seen her. I don't know anything about her. So I just know that she runs that whole bracket, and that's about it.
You
Okay.
know
so you
what?
said-
2 people have
You
met
said you
her.
owe her life to her?
I was killed in a fight. Something or someone of hers brought me back. She marked me. Yes.
Okay. Alright. Have they asked you to do anything yet with that?
It feels like she's just amassing people, because there's a lot of us, and I don't know why or for what.
That
Ca-
that is what we need to find the answer to.
Yes.
That would be the mystery.
Can I roll to investigate the golden tier now that I know that that is sort of what is linking them?
Sure. It's brass, but you can still roll either a religion check or I think religion makes the most sense. Religion or history.
Okay.
While Sid is investigating that, Bliss is going to get Bells.
Bells?
I was gonna get there. Bells is gonna get a cup of coffee and give it to maybe.
Okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I would also.
I'm
do
concerned.
What did you say? Did you say history or religion?
History or religion?
You're the aunt that takes the kids, gives them sugar all fucking day, and then drops them off at home being like, here you go.
I'm
Yep,
the vodka
yep.
aunt, the cool vodka aunt.
Maybe would like to scribble down on the opposite side of her paper and pass to Vendetta. She'll put Ivory Queen, and then equals, and then question mark, and then put in parentheses underneath that name. Like, does she have another name?
Okay. You asked that. What rolls did I get from the other 2 while that's going on?
I got a 17 on history.
And
13 for religion.
okay. With religion, unfortunately, a teardrop is symbolic for a lot of different things. It can be for certain gods, certain groups. Brass specifically, you're not 100% sure. The history check, 17. The only brass is important in a lot of alchemical stuff, but related to like a specific historical event, there is not much beyond the fact that you know that there is a place on the elemental plane of fire called the City of Brass. That is probably the only thing related to like a brass related thing that you know is important.
Oh no.
You're giving me so many flashbacks right now. See that arms grow? Like, it's throwing me off so much. Like,
City, I need you to know when you said City of Brass, I almost snapped this pencil in half.
Oh, yeah, no, that one too, but we're not going to talk about that one. That's a different thing.
I mean, it's a CR thing.
Yeah, oh, Ariel's thinking CR. Mel is thinking my shit.
Speaking of CR, Mel, you know what I had to do because my rolls are already doing
you
it?
had to light the Mercer candle? You're
I
welcome.
did. Did you hear about that, Vinny?
You got the Mercer candle?
I
Fantastic.
sent Ariel the Mercer candle.
I love it.
I did not
That's
purchase
amazing.
it.
No, I sent it to Ariel as a gag gift.
That's
I
great.
was like,
My
bro,
sister
you need your
thought
dice
he was
blessed.
Jesus today.
Your sister thought he was what?
Jesus.
Jesus. And she was curious why I had a Jesus prayer candle.
It is the
Dear
Jesus
Matthew
of
Mercer,
D&D.
apparently you look like Jesus. You're welcome.
So maybe, what was it that you wrote down? You were asking Ivory Queen equals question mark?
She wrote down Ivory Queen equals question mark, and then in parentheses under the question mark, name.
She
Like
shrugs.
trying to ask like if she has another name.
She shrugs and says, They've just called her. I mean, people call her boss, but like, I haven't heard a real name with her yet. If it's a her.
So you mentioned that there's probably like 2 people who have actually met her. Do you know who those 2 people would be?
Yeah, there's a couple people who are a little higher up on the food chain. First name coming to mind, Vasul. The other one, I don't know if they slash her have actually met her. She's been around as long as I've known. Do any of you know what Devadis are?
Do I know what the bodies are, DM?
Roll me a history check.
All right, I'll jump in on that.
Sure, everyone can roll a history
I'll
check.
jump in on that. Sure.
That's a 6, so that's gonna be a no.
Okay.
That's a 9.
That's a
That's-
2.
That's
a
the new
7,
guy
so
that I
that's
made.
also a no.
I've got a 19.
Oh,
my god.
cool.
Thank
So
God.
Sprig. It's because
Um,
we grew up in a library.
This is probably part of it, yes.
Not wrong. Also, it was probably something that very interesting that you would have liked reading about. Devani are a type of humanoid. It's not a singular race. It's a humanoid anomaly where a single soul is inside 2 bodies. So there are technically 2 bodies, each with their own individual identity, but they are also twins that have the same identity.
How do you spell that term? Was it Devati?
Yep, Dvati. There are rumors that creatures like this it's either that they have a soul so powerful that it could not be contained in a single body, or that it's just a way that like 2 soulmates come back but as a singular unit that just can't be contained in one body. A lot of talk like that from what you've read, but it's always 2 people, but they're also considered one person. So usually they either have 2 separate names that then are combined into one name when being addressed, and they usually stick with each other. And usually emotions, feelings, personality are similar. Maybe not exact, but similar to each other.
Okay, so they're not like psychically linked, but they are basically as close as you can be without being psychically linked.
Yeah, their souls are one soul. So it's very much like on both wavelengths. They like maybe not psychically linked, but there is a deeper connection that's beyond even just having like a mental connection to somebody. And she says, "Yeah, there's a pair of female orcs that are Devati. Their name is Bawrachiv. One's called Bara, the other one's called Chiv." And that's the only other person I can think of who's probably had to go around. I've also only been here like a year and a half, so like I don't know everything.
Right. Do you know where Bawrachiv would be?
Usually, Vasul, he's a black dragonborn. He's a little harder to even see because he just skulks like an ass. But Ara and
Maybe
Shiv,
no.
Like an ass.
Bara and Shiv usually are walking defensively somewhere inside the Chancery to be on call. They both sleep. Sometimes they take turns. Sometimes the times cross over, but at least one's usually always awake and at the ready.
Cool.
Okay.
Maybe we'll ask a bitch.
Oh, dear God.
They don't talk a lot. I won't make assumptions about that one.
Bitch.
So you haven't had problems with them in the past.
No, but I mean, there's also like over 24 people down there, and I don't talk to most of them, so
Enough.
That is
Alright.
so fair.
I understand
that actually,
that feeling.
maybe roll me a d4.
Oh god. Okay.
Is that for psychic damage that I just got fucking dealt?
That's the psychic damage that I take.
That's 2.
Okay, all right, not too bad. Okay.
All right. So it sounds like we may be benefited by going to the Chancery. I'll never turn down a fight, so if we need cause for distraction, gladly do that.
Do you think they have snacks there? Do you think I can get some snacks in that?
The food's actually not bad. They do have food for all of the people there, and that's okay.
All right,
Stay
I'm
away from the
sold.
fruit, though. Ooh, actually, wait.
Is it like, I don't know, hot dogs and other foods that you'd see at a battle arena? Like,
It's basically what we're having here, except not as nice of a atmosphere. Well, I guess it depends on the atmosphere you like, but I would say not as nice of an atmosphere. I prefer a tavern to an underground bloody pit of death. Anyways,
I'm
So no
with you.
vegan option then.
soup.
Do they have any of that weird fruit?
Weird. That's like the street markets where you get that shit.
And
They
also,
don't have
maybe
Pick
not.
some up on the way.
If you want.
Okay.
All right. So is that our plan? Kind of investigate, get a better idea, maybe speak to this person or these people.
Just so you know, I'm actually going to get going now, but the password or the response key is to say "you die."
Oh,
It's
You
about as
die.
dramatic. Yep, it's about as dramatic as you would think. I'm going to get going, so at least if you guys come in, we're not all walking in together. But at least one of you come up and tell me a plan when you figure it out. Especially if the building's going to be on fire. If you could tell me before the building is on fire,
Maybe
I
just
would
goes,
appreciate it.
you die.
just assume.
seriously,
Austin.
why is this one the scariest?
Because she is.
Oh,
But just
maybe.
assume Austin.
Say.
Okay, maybe.
Did you just say just assume arson?
Yes. if you do not hear it from us by the end of the day, just assume Austin and get the fuck out of there. It's the best
good.
thing you could do.
If we can avoid arson, we will.
We usually don't, though.
Bells is
Maybe
gonna
just
throw
shake
a
her
threat
head very
glance at Yvette.
solemnly.
Something that might hurt that plan also. Place is basically all stone, so
Damn.
Bitch.
It is not feasible to set stone on fire, so we're not going to do it, right?
I
That's
have
what you
created
think.
on fire.
she
Bells, work with me here.
cheers as you guys, finishes her drink, salutes, and gets the hell out.
What was she drinking? Was she drinking alcohol?
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
9 in the morning.
Yeah, she had to deal with you guys. After last night, she knew she was in for a trip.
Yeah, like, I don't blame her.
That's fair.
I need to be sober for the day ahead, but
Was
like,
maybe
I don't
just
blame
waving
her.
goodbye, or
Yeah,
what?
just waving goodbye.
This person ruffled your feathers literally 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We all moved on so
Green
quick.
child, we already know this.
I think she likes you, maybe.
A bitch.
No! Oh my god, no! If I give you a gold ring, will you stop doing that?
Maybe just say yes. You can always take it back.
Or just say maybe because it's your
fits.
name.
Maybe. Oh dear. All right. Well, let's finish up breakfast then. Oh
Alright.
god.
It's 5 silver for everyone who did not stay here. And it's not a big thing, but anyone who didn't stay here, subtract 5 silver.
I'm
Okay.
not gonna have breakfast. I'm only having coffee.
That's really
Maybe
great.
he's also just eagerly sipping her coffee that
That's-
Belle's got her.
That's going to be
no.
Bells
terrifying.
is also drinking a coffee that they got for themselves.
That's also
Sid's
terrifying.
done.
So how much is it? How much is it for just coffee?
Well, considering how rare fucking coffee is, we'll just say it's also 5 silver.
5 silver just for coffee and no breakfast?
You think how hard it is to make coffee?
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
When
I
it
will
hasn't been
cover everyone's
invented?
breakfast.
It's fine.
So I need to
I'll
subtract
offer my-
10 silver from mine since I got maybes.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Why do people
I'll-
treat Maybe like Maybe doesn't have money?
Maybe it's the
Yeah,
baby. Take
maybe.
care of her.
Maybe the
Maybe
baby.
I thought you said it was 5 silver for everyone who didn't stay here. So it
Correct.
would
If
only
you
be-
stayed here,
It would only be for me and Sid that has to
correct. Because everyone else stayed.
Oh. Oh, so I don't have to
Everybody else.
pay for coffee?
Mm-mm.
Cool.
Technically,
Oh.
Solara treated to the room, so you guys
That's
just
right.
got free bed and
Yeah.
breakfast. All right. So, what would you guys like to do? Is there any other places that you wanted to explore? Any other ideas of things that you felt like doing?
I wanted to go to the street market and find some weird fruit.
Sure.
The first
Uh,
quote of the night in the book is maybe's the baby. Fun fact.
Not just assume arson?
Yeah, somehow. Somehow.
I honestly had already forgotten about that one.
Well, there you go.
Going in the book now.
May also wants to get some more of the fun fruit, so she's gonna go with Vendetta.
All right.
Are we following Vendetta?
Why?
I mean, not Vendetta. I'm sorry, Yvette. Why did I mix those two up? I'm so sorry.
A lot of these.
All right. Easy enough. We can. What are the rest of you doing?
Can maybe an Yvette sneak out and do a little field trip to find the weird fruit and not tell anybody else?
Sure.
Bells is following because Bells is part of the chaos.
I would like to perceive.
Yvette and maybe roll stealth checks if you're sneaking. Everyone else who wants to track them
Mhm.
down, roll perception checks.
And Belle's
Wait,
gonna
I'm
do it.
going with them, yeah.
Well, neither of you said you wanted. Okay, either way.
One.
21.
It's fine. I
I'm
rolled a
small
fucking
bird
1.
child.
Oh, I
I get to roll with advantage, and I have a 16.
Ugh. I only have a 14 to perceive.
Sprig and Sid, at some point, you two are either picking up the tab or talking about something like semi-serious. You look around, everyone else is gone.
Oh, fuck.
That's
Uh,
not.
That's not ideal. Alright, I'll take left, you take right. We cannot let them be alone for too long.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Sounds good.
Let's be alone together. So we can stay young.
You. Fuck you, Mello.
It's your fault.
You bastard.
Your fault.
I
You
like the
guys-
phrase, that's not ideal.
that is very fitting too. So you guys eventually find the basically the outdoor market, which is just basically a street market, and the fruit stands out, so people point you towards it, and you are able to find a gnome, a small gnome who has a stand set up with about 4 or 5 different fruits. One of them is the orange that maybe enjoyed before. One of them is strawberries. The other one is watermelon. There is kiwi. And which one? Which one do I want to make the? Oh, and grapes. I can't forget grapes because that's actually one that you guys had before.
Maybe he's gonna run up to the stand, grab an orange, hold it up triumphantly in her hand, point at it with her opposite hand, and with the biggest beaming grin on her face, go, "A bitch."
The salesperson's like, Yes, little one. I guess fruit can be a bitch. Did you want it?
Yes, correct. What do all of these fruits do?
Uh, you guys are new, I guess. Okay. Well, the orange that the little kid is having, maybe not for that one. Shoots out lightning burps.
We've experienced this one.
The grapes make you float around up in the air.
I don't need that.
The
Bells is
watermelon.
literally fluttering while you say this.
The watermelon like looks over to Bells and is like, the watermelon lets you see into the ethereal plane. The strawberry changes your skin color depending on the mood you're in. And the kiwi lets you mimic sounds that you've heard before.
That one sounds
We
familiar.
have more maybes.
Maybe just squints. She looks mildly offended and just squints.
This is what we have. Sorry. If you're looking for the
what
fire
are
apples, that's somewhere else.
Oh, there's fire apples?
You gotta go to Morphe's Magical Mile. That's a whole other continent away.
Pardon me. What are your prices?
It is 10 gold per individual item. Basically, per 6, depending on what you get. So, like an orange has like a bunch of doses in it because it's a fucking orange. So 10 gold gets you 6 uses.
Got it. Well, I'll certainly maybe we can grab you that orange if you'd like it.
She just shakes her head. She's like judging the shopkeep really hard. She puts the orange back.
Because
Maybe
of the
you
one
can
about the
have it.
mimicking?
Yeah. She's offended. She's like, that's my thing. How dare you?
Well, I'm going to buy an orange.
Alright. Yvette buys an orange. Anything for you guys? Apparently nothing for you. Looks down to
Trying
maybe.
to remember what they each do.
Maybe folds her arms and goes, like an ass.
Orange shoots lightning out of your mouth. Strawberry changes your skin color depending on your mood. Watermelon, you can see into the ethereal plane. Kiwi, you can mimic sounds that you've heard. And grapes, you can float in the air.
Bells is going to take a strawberry and a watermelon. Color and ethereal plane.
Yes.
How has nobody sung Watermelon Sugar High yet?
I was doing it in my head.
Because I didn't put it on maybe's repertoire list for tonight.
Oh,
So,
Yeah,
next
you
time.
guys easily able to buy them. Basically, 20 gold for bells gives you each. Basically you have 6 uses of each, and it
Cool.
lasts 10 minutes for each.
Sounds good.
And same
Alright,
thing,
which
Yvette,
one
with
of
the
us
orange.
finds?
Just to keep the party together, I'm gonna say you both find them on opposite sides of the market at the same time, and have an aha moment.
Oh, good, you've caught up.
Yes. What did we acquire?
I got an orange.
A watermelon?
Wonderful.
Strawberry?
What did those do?
It's very interesting. So, the orange shoots lightning, the strawberries changes your skin color depending on your mood, and the watermelon helps you see into the ethereal plane. It's fascinating.
Interesting.
Oh, that one's
I'm,
interesting.
yes, I'm intrigued that you didn't want that one, Yvette.
Which one?
The ethereal plane.
Well, Belle's got it. If it's really important, I can get it. And if I really need it, I do have Blink in my spellbook.
And I don't
Oh,
mind
dear.
sharing.
Exactly. excuses in each. But I was like,
I'm gonna steer us away from the shopkeeper. I'm gonna say, let's not discuss stealing the wares in front of the shopkeepers.
no. That's not what I meant. I meant I can go into the ethereal plane whenever I want. So it doesn't matter if I can see you do it. I will. Although now that you mention it,
Does
No.
one of you want to help the little one? It looks grumpy.
Maybe. Come here.
You die.
Maybe.
I just awkwardly pat baby on the head,
Something
but
happened.
like from a foot away, and I'm just fully arm extended.
I pull out a ring. It's not the gold ring I was talking about earlier, but just like a ring. Maybe.
I'm just gonna look up at the shopkeeper and I'm gonna be like, what? Do you know what made
off.
her unhappy?
Do I know what mayhap?
What made her?
No, but I mean it's not my concern. I
I wanted to play
I had
in case I
had a bit of
take over.
a reaction when this gentleman said that there were what were they?
Kiwi.
Kiwis that can mimic sounds that you've heard before. Maybe took
Oh.
a bit of an offense.
I see.
Which is why we didn't buy the kiwis. You don't need to, because maybe can do that perfectly well.
And probably much better than anyone can with those kiwis.
I'm sure. I can see how that would be an interesting magical effect for fruit. However, I also can see why maybe would be offended by that. Yes. We'll go. We'll do our best to go. Have a
Maybe
nice
just
day.
very sassily punctuates your little statement with, "Oh, good, you've caught up."
Yes, baby. When the rest of you sneak off, it takes a minute to catch up to what you've been off to.
She just sighs and shakes her head like, "That's not what I meant."
What would you guys like to do now that you've done your fruit shopping?
Should like see with the Chancery, y'all.
Yeah. Go watch some fights.
Maybe. Do you want a ride on my shoulders? Solara's not here, so someone has to. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm taller than she is anyway. It's fine.
Just like happy squawk. Also, when she hears the name Solara, she just goes, "A bitch."
Only sometimes.
We don't call our friends that.
Well, right, maybe.
Learned so many good things from the short time with Vendetta. Like 3 swears.
Oh no, "a bitch" was from Sid. That's the best
Yeah.
part.
Right.
Her name is Vendetta. What did you expect to get out of her?
That's true.
All right,
Uh,
to the fighting ring.
As we're walking, I'm gonna be theorizing about whether or not the guards have changed because it's a totally different time of day and a different date.
Good point. Does anybody have out of characters? Does anybody have any disguising
I was
things?
just going to look.
I
for
love
that.
it.
It's a great.
What was the question?
Anybody
Does
has
anybody have
disguising
disguising
stuff?
things? You won't need one unless you can cast it on other people because you weren't seen, but the rest of us could probably benefit from that. And while everybody's looking, I just wanted to point out, because we talked about this afterward, Rachel really did think about trying to kiss Vendetta last week.
Why didn't she? She deserved it.
Coward.
I have disguise self for myself, but I also have a disguise kit that can be used to help.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
we did talk about that last week.
I don't think I have anything. Oh no, I have a disguise.
I do have charm person.
That's helpful.
I have blindness.
And I can create distractions with any one of my various distracting things.
And I'm very charismatic.
Just be invisible.
He was very charismatic.
yeah, I was gonna say that saying I am very charismatic is not a seller on how charismatic you are.
That's
I have
fair.
blindness.
Also,
if the guards can't see me.
Yeah, I have
both
invisibility. And if
my-
I cast it at a higher level, I can take someone else with me.
Myself
that's-
and Sprig both have a false identity that includes a disguise for said false identity as part of our background.
This is true. I forgot about that. We have fake identities, which is part of why we have disguise kits.
Okay.
But also,
I
like, I've never not been able to talk my way into or out of somewhere, so
Yeah, all I have is charisma, so I'll just walk in. I don't really care.
I can make you invisible.
True. I mean, we were also gonna possibly do maybe a distraction.
I'm very good
Yeah,
at those.
so a little bird child suddenly appearing out of nowhere is a great distraction.
Something on fire.
Or just fighting in the pit.
I made a salad with craisins. I'm sorry, it had
I
the
can
same
cast some
energy.
little illusions and stuff.
How am I
Should
not
we-
having
should
maybe
we
quote
just-
John Mulaney? I'm switching themes now.
Should we use the so the two twins can handle themselves by disguising themselves. Maybe
Yes.
you can be invisible. Do you
Mhm,
both
mhm.
have disguise and can take another person with them? But do you both have disguise kits that you can use on other people?
I believe the disguise kit can be used indefinitely on anybody. We just have to take the
Yes.
time to want it to be good.
So I
Mhm.
think that would probably be the way to, because if we want to do some I'm not speaking in character. If we want to do some investigating into what's happening in there, and if Sid wants to sneak in and be part of the fight, it would probably be best to not be invisible for that.
Mm.
I agree, and if our only goal right now is to get into the building, our first goal is to get in, then we don't have to necessarily turn invisible for all that, because... And we may not want to, because we have the key phrase, and really all turning invisible is going to do is make people more confused when we show up again on the inside.
Yes. So I think if we could go back to the room at the inn just for a moment, get all disguised up, and head out.
Yeah.
This is the most
Works for me.
sane plan we've had.
Are we once again making a plan in the middle of the
I,
streets?
yeah, I was just thinking that.
We're walking. We are walking.
I mean, I
around.
did start this out of character and then it somehow shift back to in character.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But we're just a group of travelers walking. How many people are paying attention to the conversation we're having?
Maybe
Benny
start
knows.
skipping
We're
down the
not-
street
at
and
least
singing
we're
Dancing
not-
Queen.
At least we're not standing in one place this time.
Were you on my shoulders?
At least you're not
Oh yeah, that's
standing.
right. No,
At least
you
you're
can
not
hop on the
standing in one
Sid's
space.
shoulders, start skipping down the street, and doing like the Dancing Queen routine from Mamma Mia the movie.
Yeah. At least you're not standing, in front of the place that you're talking about.
yeah.
Exactly.
That
Back
was
to the
one
inn.
time.
It's one time too many. One time could be the last time.
Yesterday.
All the more reason to disguise ourselves.
All right, so you guys go back to the inn and you disguise yourselves as.
A child.
No,
No.
a bitch.
I disguise myself as Vendetta.
No.
I think you're a little too small for that.
Seems like a bad idea.
How much can the disguise kits do?
Let's find out, shall we?
It's basically like a really advanced makeup kit. That's about as good as you're getting. You aren't
Yeah.
gonna look bulkier or thinner or taller or shorter.
Yeah.
Costume
I mean, we might be
change.
able to make it bulkier just a little bit if we stuff in the right places, but that's beside the point.
So, one use of the disguise kit. What are the other ways you guys are disguising yourselves?
I think the twins have some special thing too.
All I have is a
Bells doesn't have
disguise-
to do anything because Belle's never been seen.
True.
You are right. You have not been seen. All we have
Although
is the disguise
we're-
kit and
Question, were you with us when we were all playing middle of an alleyway?
I mean, yes, but I wasn't seen down in the pits where everyone else saw y'all. I never got
Oh,
seen
yeah,
by the
but-
people.
But we don't
But
know.
we were
who
planning in the
saw us
middle of
that
the alley.
alleyway.
Sprig, what were you saying?
Saw us in the alleyway.
all I've got is the disguise kit and also the false identity, which involves like an outfit change. But the disguise kit has cosmetics, hair dye, and small props.
Okay. So you could disguise any humanoid that is more human than animal, probably.
So we could take care of
Probably-
Yvette and Sid. Not so much,
And then
maybe.
Maybe
Yeah.
has invisibility, so maybe can.
I'll just turn invisible and ride on Sid's shoulders.
All right, that's 3 people. And what are we doing for Sprig and Bells, if anything?
I'm just gonna put on my other identity stuff and then like do some makeup, look a little bit
Thinner
like,
face,
like a
different hair. Fair enough.
Because my goal the last time was to look like a teenager in the shadowy darkness of the pit. So might as well look like an adult that I am.
Fair enough. What is your alternative outfit if you have a concept for it? If you don't, it's fine.
I don't particularly. Bells.
That's fine. And Yvette and Sid, any specific way you guys want to be disguised?
I'm trying to decide because I have chainmail armor and would look very different not wearing it, but then I would be very squishy.
Well, you can keep your chainmail armor, and we can just
Do you want to
use-
switch clothes?
Does your armor have any specific features? Like, does it have the symbol of Kelemvor?
No, she would have like a classic like Critical Role live action intro where like Pike had the like amulet.
Mhm.
But it'd be probably more around her waist. It's just like classic chainmail, got all the pieces.
You can put a big fancy cloak on.
Cool. Yeah, we can do that. And then for Yvette, anything in particular for you?
Probably taking the cloak off. Ooh. It always has a gigantic black cloak
Clap, clap.
on at all times.
Clap, 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 clap. Brilliant. Okay. All right. So you guys have your disguises, your various disguises.
put foundation that's like 2 shades darker on.
Yeah, take off
On
the
your
black
eyes.
lipstick.
Yeah, I actually I have somebody else put on my makeup. I would poke myself in the eye if I tried.
Put some blush
I got
on
you.
so I don't look like a corpse. That's my
And then-
desired aesthetic.
Exactly. Is it make you look less like a corpse?
Cool. So,
Make
are you guys having? And maybe is going to be on Sid's
On Sid's
soldiers
shoulders.
visible.
Mhm.
Invisible.
So sad. So sad to be invisible. All right. You guys know where the area is because you spent a lot of time last night there. You find your way over to the Chancery. The store's out front. You can hear construction going on inside, and you see down the alleyway that there are 2 people at the end, currently just arms folded, talking to each other casually as they stand in front of the door.
Before we go, did we all come up with, like different names to refer to each other? Probably be smart.
I doubt anyone knows your names, so for the sake of confusion,
Oh, actually, you know what? Good point.
let's not worry about the names.
I was gonna say if we have to do that, then technically I do have an alternate name, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, let's not worry about that because that
Yeah,
would just
Sprig
make
and
things.
Bells are already prepared in that sense. They have a whole ass entire other identity.
We love it. Cool. So you guys are able to head up. You get there. There is a Minotaur and a Gnoll who are just like arms crossed.
I swear to fucking God, we're not fucking the Minotaur. We're not fucking the Minotaur.
Cheyenne is not here. We cannot flirt with the Minotaur. I refuse. I will not be falling out of my chair again over the goddamn Minotaur. I swear to God.
I didn't realize that's what was happening. Okay.
But the Minotaur
I just
looks
thought
at
I could lose it.
So
I was
bad.
waiting for someone to.
So bad. The Minotaur just nods toward you guys and says, "You live.
You die.
You die.
You
You
just
live again."
I was gonna say
What were you gonna say,
you
maybe?
die again.
Do you say that? Minotaur's like opening the door
Did
and then
that
just
really say that?
just like looks back and is like
Yeah.
just does a knock, opens the door, and you guys are let in. Alright. You guys are let in, and I can actually send the map to you guys.
Ooh.
Ooh, we get a map?
Yeah, it's gonna be in the Gentlefolk Saga. There's also a small version on my stream, just so people
Ooh.
have an idea of what we're talking about. But as you guys walk
Okay,
down,
Vendetta, so pretty.
as you guys walk down, similar to how Solara did, first thing you are met with is a lot of noise. You continue downwards, and first thing you see is very almost like a theater atrium style. You see 6 levels of where there are just rock seats and tables where there's a bunch of people sat at. You see like immediately the first hallway that you guys go through, there's 2 guards like right there that don't bug you. They're just talking to the people that they're with. And you can see in this large circular amphitheater area just stone walls all around except for in the front where there are 3 little balcony areas that each have purple curtains on the front of them that are all closed. But in the center of the ring, there are some people that it looks like they're at a mixer. People are just standing there chatting. Other people are sitting and eating food. Every once in a while, like a line cook runs by you guys, or a server runs by you guys with some food to bring out to someone sitting at a table. You see lizard folk, gnolls. There are people who have more like were bestial features. It's a very unique crowd. You do see a turtle that you guys technically don't know, but since you've only heard of one turtle recently, you assume it's probably Orton. And you see about 4 rows down, Vendetta is just like sitting up close to a wall, talking to a couple other people as she's drinking a drink.
Maybe it's gonna run up to Vendetta while invisible and just get really close to her and in a very low volume, but exactly in Sid's voice, go, a bitch.
Sid, do you let maybe off of your shoulders?
I would have set her down whenever I was like when we were clear.
Cool.
I would have
Just
probably
double
just like stretched and like made it look like I was just stretching.
Cool. You're able to set maybe down. Maybe you are able to dodge through people. There's like 30-ish people in here right now. Actually, in this room, there's probably about 20-ish people. And you go around, ducking around people, and get behind Vendetta and just say, "A bitch." She's not very perceptive. Well, she's okay, but she doesn't notice for a moment. How are you doing it to scare or just like a voice in the background?
I'm
Is it-
getting like okay, so if she's sitting down, I would
Mhm.
like to get like right up, like what I'm picturing, correct me if I'm wrong, is like bleachers at like a football game, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Essentially. So she'll get on like the spot where Vendetta would be seated so that she's like her head is like at ear level, just get really close to her ear and go, a bitch.
You get a reaction, just a quick, the fuck?
And it's in Sid's voice, so she would recognize it.
She recognizes it. She begins looking around just out of like almost sheer confusion, and eventually looks up and sees the rest of you guys, but doesn't know that maybe turns invisible, so is just kind of confused by the sound.
There's like a little
And would
giggle and then
she-
maybe like scampers back to
we're-
the group.
If we're all disguised, would she immediately recognize us?
She would recognize Bells. Bells isn't disguised.
Yeah, only some
That-
of you are.
That is a fair point. Let me roll an insight check.
She'd probably
to
recognize
see.
me. I'm 6 foot tall, wearing armor, and I'm just wearing a cloak.
Yeah,
Cloak is
y'all
covering everything.
y'all aren't that different, but I'll give it a roll anyways. Just
But I mean,
Same.
if she recognizes bells, she could probably put 2 and 2 together.
Should not roll very high, but I'm gonna say the fairy gives it away a bit.
Just a bit.
Probably doesn't know it was maybe, and you like maybe you watch when you're close that she like talks back like it like a message can like she thinks it's a message cantrip. She's like, okay, so which one of you just sent that to me? And maybe you're the only one who hears this.
Across the room and we can't hear it.
Yeah. And she sees like that there's no facial reaction and like looks confused. It's like fucking imagining this bullshit, and just goes back to drinking and talking to the people she was with.
Wait. Okay, if I hear her say that, I'm gonna go back up to her and I'm gonna go in her voice like an ass.
I'm gonna give her a swing with disadvantage.
Oh,
But
you better.
None of us know this is happening.
nope. Nope. No, you did not. So disadvantage.
That's my emotional support, Kenku.
My name is Maybe, and I'm here to cause
Ooh,
chaos.
Nat 1. Cool. So
Great.
instead of hitting you, she just like knocks a drink over of someone near her. You watch like a green lizard folk get up and like, hey, get me another one, because that's some bullshit. And she's like, yeah, fine. And now she's just looking around like semi confused at this point. She goes and gets this guy another drink.
Maybe's gonna now finally scamper back to the group.
Okay.
Gonna hate us.
Do you like tug on someone's hand or let us know that you're
Oh
here?
yeah, no, she grabs Sid's cloak and like holds onto it.
So what are you guys doing right now? You all just see people are really milling about more than anything. And you guys don't know the process for any of this.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to kind of like keep an eye out and see if there's a way to determine like how to get into the fights. And I only caught some of this because I was just getting out of work when you were describing it. Is it just fisticuffs? Is it weaponry? How does this all work?
You can use weapons. We did it real quick before because it was just like a quick thing that Solara was doing for free time. If you do a fight, it's going to be a fight. So whoever's doing it is going to be like we're going to be rolling and just seeing who goes down first or who surrenders.
I'd like to do that. I'm going to use weapons because I can't fight. I'm not a monk.
No, yep.
I would like to mill around the crowd and gather some information.
Sure.
Yeah.
Uh,
I would say I'd like to
Specifically
do that.
about this place, specifically about the Ivory Queen, if I got that right in my notes.
Yes. Sure. You guys can, depending on how you're handling it, if you are purposefully trying to like sweet talk people, you can roll me a charisma skill of your choice. If you are just listening to conversations, roll me perception. If you're trying to like read details from the room, you can roll me investigation.
Well, I'm specifically talking to people, so I'm gonna go for charisma.
Okay. And I'm
If
sending
maybe
you
were
guys.
to tail someone and try to retain details to like repeat later, what would you want me to roll?
A stealth check so you don't get run over.
Okay. Is that with advantage because I'm invisible?
It is. Stealth checks.
Okay.
They are advantage when you're invisible.
What were the choices? Not performance. Perception, any charisma, or what was the other? Investigation?
Investigation.
Yeah, I'd like to do a vague investigation of the room first, and then
Sure.
start walking around and do perception to listen in on people.
Sure. I sent you guys the updated version that actually has details on it. So you can see what the main room and also some of the side rooms that you could easily get to by walking the halls. Set up, and also Bells got to see it before, so Bells would know some of these details.
Lovely.
So I'm just gonna go down the line. Yvette, what did you roll?
I got a 25 on investigation.
Pretty solid.
Damn.
Pretty
Good
solid.
job, babe.
Thank you.
All right. Bells.
Question. Since I've already seen it before, can I roll with advantage?
What are you doing? It depends on what you're doing.
Investigating.
Investigating? I'll give you advantage for that, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Goodness. 18. That was gonna be a 6 otherwise.
Alright, Sprig.
22. for persuasion or deception, whichever.
All right. Maybe
24.
24 stealth
You know what's funnier than
and
24?
25.
25. Anyways, Sid, what are you up to?
Trying to figure out how the fights happen, like who you have to talk to, just kind of observing and just kind of seeing,
Alright.
just kind of watching the
me-
crowd.
Roll me a perception then. Perception or insight. I'll let you use either one.
Fucking goddamn it. 9.
Okay.
Your dice are so cruel.
I've tried everything. I just I love D&D, but D&D does not love me.
I understand that.
Something will work eventually.
Eventually. One day. I believe in you. Gotta double check one other thing.
The dice will roll.
Cool. I'm gonna just do this in order of lowest rolls to highest.
Pardon me.
Sid, you see that there is a halfling woman, you assume either a rogue or thief or something along those lines, who is just like up front in the middle of the main floor, the pit itself, the circular chamber at the bottom. Doesn't seem to be saying anything, just has arms crossed and is looking around. That's unfortunately all you get. Bells, 18 investigation. Are you staying in the center room or are you going to potentially other rooms as well?
Let's do other rooms. Hold on, let me see what I got here. What are each of these rooms?
Sure. That'll be partially what you get with your investigation.
Okay.
Bottom left, so at like 7-8 o'clock is the kitchen area. You see people rushing out with food at a fair pace. This hallway to the left, you saw there was a few rooms, and then at the end there was a set of double doors, like a big set of double doors that you could not get into. Well, you can get into any of them because you were looking through your owl, but just by walking a little bit, you see that there is some type of jail cell. And like that's about as far as you go before like some of the guards that are in the hallway kind of like if you don't say, hey, if you're not a member, and like gestures to his like the brass tier on the face, you don't get to come this way, and you kind of get like turned away from there unless you decide you want to push it.
You can't tell me that.
I'm gonna leave you the room for it, but
Oh.
the person's giving the warning. You can choose to heed it or not. Or I can keep investigating, telling you what's on the other side as part of your investigation. It's up to you.
Where did you say the jail was on this map?
That is going to be straight west, the 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Okay, so it's where the two little beds are?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's about as far as people will let you pass.
Okay. I'm intrigued, and I want to see if I can talk to anybody that's in there, so I'm going to push it.
Okay. So
But
we'll come
push
back.
it real good.
We'll come back to you on that one. Sprig, for your persuasion check, what kind of info are you trying to find out? Who are you asking? What kind of questions are you asking? What are you hinting at?
I'm asking about if I can do it in a way that doesn't make the conversation instantly shut down. I'm gonna ask about the Ivory Queen. I'm gonna also see if Bawrachiv is anywhere here right now. But that's the main thing, is that I'm looking for information. Oh, you know what? And also, I'm gonna be taking note of anyone who has the brass tier who I talk to.
Okay.
For future reference.
It's a lot of the people, like 70-80% of this room. Like you walk around and talk to some people, a lot of the people have that. And a feature you notice from looking specifically at that, you notice that most people with that have either longer hair, or if they have shorter hair, the end of that hair is white. Similar to what you saw with Vendetta at the end, where her tips were also white.
Oh, okay.
Um, Info you get is basically, people are real confused about her age. People are like, whenever she talks, it's a kid's voice. Like, whenever she's talking, it sounds like it's a freaking 13, 14-year-old. This person is young as hell. Other people are like, no, like, the person's way too smart to be a young kid. And then someone else is like, well, then maybe it's an elf, because, they live so long. Maybe it's just an elf who's just really, really young. And it's a lot of mixing details, but the big fact you get away is this person has a young voice, if nothing else. The person's been in power for, you basically get, like, less than 20 years at this point, or around 20 years. Around that time, so it has not been it's not like she has ruled this area for a century past or anything like that. It's fairly recent timeline wise. In very similar details, she has never left. Anyone you hear from are just like, yeah, nope, never have seen her. You do see Bara and Chief. They are both up front in the circular pit itself, currently just against the wall with the balconies, like underneath the balconies, just watching out into the crowd. But that is the info you're getting with your persuasion.
Thank you.
Just some basic stuff, nothing too crazy. Maybe with your 24 stealth, where are you going? What you checking out?
I want to find somewhere I'm not supposed to be.
I mean,
Besides, like, being in this venue, but like,
I was gonna be like,
where is a place that maybe a small burb child should not be in an already dangerous place?
cool.
Like, what would be the worst place to go?
There's a few of them, and we'll say you just travel around in your free time, and you're able to just like invisible. You're able to stealth and get around, exploring the areas. We'll say that Bells did not end up going to. Bottom right, you find the barracks area where there's just a bunch of double beds, like a bunch. This place could house a small army if it wanted to. You keep going up north to the eastern area, and you find real quickly that this is the shitter. So you're like, ew, gross, keep running past. The next one also has a closed door, and you can hear people on the inside. And assuming maybe is going to take the chance, you could sneak in invisibly.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Alright, you are able to get in invisibly, and like open the door, and like someone who's just like sitting there like looks over, is like, huh, and goes and shuts it. You see what looks to be a gotta find the character sheet. You find a large elephant folk person who like lumbers over to the door and shuts it.
Loxodon?
Yes. And he turns around and says, "All right." And it's just, you can see he's looking over two bodies, which you probably getting the details from Bells recognize as Frank and Joe, the non-zombie versions. One is sitting up in bed, looking very weak. The other one looking very pale, as if still dead. In this room, there are a bunch of beds. This looks to be like a medical area. There are some other people who just have like wounds that are wrapped up, and the Loxodon is walking around and just kind of like healing and using poultices and healer's kits to fix and take care of the wounds. So you found the medical area that Bells told you these people were being revived in.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Sorry. Hang on 1 second. Someone rang my doorbell.
That's fine. You go do your thing. Next up is a 25 investigation for Yvette. Yvette, where are you going? What are you doing? What are you looking at?
I'm gonna stay in the like big center room. And I'm gonna try and find out how to get Sid into a fight, and mm, 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 just I'm trying to figure out how to describe what I want to find out. How to get Sid into a fight, and just kind of anything I can overhear. Just carefully listening to any like interesting conversations.
Sure. You find out pretty quickly by just getting real close to the right conversations of someone being like, "Hey, you think there's gonna be a fight today?" And the other person's just like, "No one's offering themselves up. Someone's gotta go talk to Adele. When they go talk to Adele, we can see this fight fucking happening." But I mean, I don't know who's gonna be doing it. It's been a while since Niasao has had a fight. I don't think either of the twins are going to be getting into scraps anytime soon. I don't know who's going to fight. Orton's back, I heard, but I don't think he's going to be getting into it. He's not in the mood for doing it for fun, you know. So you just hear some casual conversation, mainly to go talk to Adele. And I will say it's Idell, just because
I
motherfucking
was wondering.
Google Meets. The other thing you see is when you do get to the center of the pit, everything in the stacking seats is all clean, short of like the mess that people bring with them. When you get down to that pit, there is just blood staining the ground that is still there from a while. That has never been cleaned up as far as you can tell. You can see small, very thin, to almost anyone else but a wizard's eye would not be able to see arcane runes lining the inside of this circle. You also see, when you look up to the balconies and you see these closed sheer curtains, a weird thing you see is that there's cobwebs and dust all over them. They don't look like they've been opened for ever, like ever. They just don't seem like anyone. If there is someone behind there, they're never opened. If there isn't someone behind there, it's never opened. But either way, it's just those have always been shut. And that's with the 25. That is all of the basic info.
Can I do a detect magic on the fighting pit?
Sure. Are you casting it, or are you gonna like try to sit and do a ritual cast?
I think I have to do it as a ritual. Okay, so first I would like to very casually scrape some blood into a little vial.
Okay.
And then
It's the very
can
casually
I-
for me.
can I sit in one of the like seats looking at the pit and kind of low key do a detect magic on the pit? Is that
When you like, yeah, like you're able to walk around. When you go to like sit in one of the spots, one of the people in those front rows kind of like stands up and says, "I don't see your mark, and I haven't seen you before, so you probably don't belong in this row.
Oh,
Need a little more seniority before you get to sit up front."
I'm so sorry. I'm someone's +1 today, and they told me that I should sit here. I wasn't really sure.
You're welcome to walk around, but seats are for certain members only.
Well, they told me that I should meet them here.
Who?
Can I just like pick and point at a random person with a tear thing like all the way across the room?
Sure, roll me a deception check.
Oh fuck. That's gonna be a 6.
Oof.
In total? Okay. You paused and I was like, 16? Okay. And then
You
just,
rolled
nope, 6.
That's a 6.
This, This Dragonborn just gets a little closer and just like, go hang out with that person till they come up here then.
Right. Sorry. Gonna scurry away.
As you
Belle's
leave,
gonna
like
be
there's
gone just a bit. She's taking care of Matcha.
Mm-hmm.
The Dragonborn breathes like a little flame out of his snout before he turns and just like sits back down. You did get the blood, and you can cast detect magic, but you're not going to be able to do it sitting there.
Okay. Is there somewhere that I can stand that's a little bit inconspicuous?
There's crowds of people, and you have people you could like buddy up with and try to do it because like you have a few people who are here. From what you can tell, there is like not a seating chart, but like there's a hierarchy. The closer you are to this circle, the more seniority or higher status you have. So, if you try picking a place in the back row, you might be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you need Sid to just like sit next to you to make it look
Yeah,
like you're not
I
doing
was-
something
I was
conspicuous.
thinking I was gonna grab Sid and find a place to sit.
Cool. Bells. How are you trying to talk your way past this this satyr who is just like, sorry, I can't let you past this point. Need to go back. I don't see any markings. I don't know your face, so just keeps like gesturing for you to get the fuck out.
See, I'm intrigued if this is even gonna work. Bells is going to what's the word? Let's see. Just subtly cast minor illusion like way off somewhere behind him and make a bunch of clattering noise over there in the hopes that he's distracted and wants to go check out what the fuck is going on back there.
Okay. Do, 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 do. Roll. Just roll me a sleight of hand to see if
Oh, I'm good at those.
this person notices
That would
your
be a dirty 30.
dirty 30. Jesus.
I have a plus 10 on sleight of hand.
I know. So you rolled a nat 20.
Yes.
Jesus.
That's why Rach said I can't use these dice for our other campaign.
Either way, you're able to subtly cast it, make the noise, and the noises will say a little farther down the hallway, and the person's like, "Shit, the office. I need to go check this. You don't be back here when I come back." And just like he goes off to go farther down this circular hallway to go check out what that noise could have been.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, can I use my Fey passage to get into that room? Is there an opening that I could get through?
Do you mean are you looking to get into the prison, like the cells, or are you looking to go, where are you looking to get into on this map?
I wanted to see if there was anyone in the cells I could talk to.
Okay, well, I mean, very simple thing. You can, like, shrink down, you go to the cells. There is currently no one in the cells.
That's all I wanted to find. If there was someone there, I wanted to talk to them. If they weren't there, then that's fine.
Cool. So yeah, you get there. There's no alive person. There is a skeleton in there, but that really isn't helpful for you.
But I bet I could tell Yvette about it, and Yvette would love that.
A skeleton, you say?
Yeah. Someone was literally left here to rot.
Oh dear God. Okay, so I got the information that I wanted out of that. My question is, where else could I go? Shit.
Well, your investigation wasn't as high as Yvette's, and like yours wasn't like the top one of the top 3 rolls. So if there's something else that you wanted to do, you can go do it. But I may make you do additional rolls depending on if it's knowledge seeking or something.
Right, no, I understand that. I was just trying to figure out where I could go. How wide are these passages?
10 feet.
10 feet across? Okay. Okay, no, Bells is just gonna slip back out of there and go back towards the main area.
Cool.
Hopefully before that dude comes back.
Yeah, I mean, you were not long, so that's not
Okay.
a big deal.
I thought about going towards the office, but I don't know if I could get around the dude.
Yeah, that definitely would be more difficult. Did we lose Sid for the moment, or
Good question.
no? Okay. Um, so we have the rest of you in the main hallway. Maybe is off doing something somewhere, which this is actually perfectly appropriate. You four are relatively together. What would you guys like to do? What is your plan of operation?
Well, I wanted to grab Sid and find a place to sit and sort of fill them in on what I've learned. All right. So basically, we need to find somebody named Adele to get you into a fight.
Okay.
And I'm now realizing that I didn't find out where to find this person or what they look like. But I've got a name. Also,
All right.
there's a lot of blood in the middle of the fighting place. There's a lot of blood, and there's some very interesting runes. So we're just going to sit here, because they didn't let me sit over there. It's a whole thing. They didn't let me sit over there, and it's fine. It's fine. So we're going to sit here, and I'm just going to detect if there's any magic happening in the middle there.
Okay. Do you want me to kill them for you?
Maybe later. I'm gonna point out the dragonborn that talked to me earlier, just to be very clear of who it was.
Gotcha.
That one.
All right.
There's that one over there. He blew smoke out of his nostrils at me.
That's very rude.
And we'll say Sprig and Bells, you guys are around. You gathered your information, whether you've shared it or not, and what you're doing is up to you two now.
I'm just detecting some magic.
Yep.
I would probably share my information just because I feel like it's general information that I think people would know.
Mhm.
And we should know. My main goal, I think, my main goal is to. Vendetta said that it seemed like she was amassing people.
Mhm.
I think that we need to find out why.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm thinking about. I'd also like to talk to Bawrachiv about whether or not they've actually seen her.
Okay. So possibly just keeping an ear out for all of that stuff and then seeing. We shouldn't try to find everything all at once, because I have a feeling that we've already garnered some attention. So kind of like glance at Yvette and
I
just
am
be like,
perfectly stealthy. I don't know why you're looking at me.
then yeah, the dragonborn that blew fire at you
Just
probably.
a minor inconvenience.
I have no doubt. But we should probably just be nice and slow about it. We have time. We have no real pressure here, as far as we know. Because if we all end up getting caught at once, we could get ourselves into a lot of trouble. And there are a lot of people around here that have the thing. So
Yes.
I don't think we can fight them all.
I know.
That's what you think.
That's what I know. I've buried
We
a lot of
don't have
people
to
that have been in
fight
a
them
lot of
all in a
situations.
jiff. If we burn the building down, we don't have to fight as many people.
What's everybody's?
Bells points at Yvette like what they said.
But you
Stone.
can't burn stone.
That's what you
Also-
think.
Also, if
Make
we can
it
avoid
work.
burning things, I would prefer that.
Yvette, I know you have a list of things that can be burnt and things that cannot in your book. I know that we've had this
Take out, make the
conversation.
reference.
Back to maybe.
I just wanted to ask if Frank and Joe have the bronze teardrop yet or nah.
The currently awake one does, which I
Okay,
think is
which one's
Frank.
currently awake? Okay.
I think it's Frank. I forget,
it's
but we're gonna say it's Frank.
You're the boss.
Frank, who was the bookstore owner. If that matters. Yeah, so maybe it's back to you.
So
wait.
the still dead one does not have the tear
He's newly
Correct.
revived.
or newly revived.
Frank, who is
Yeah.
alive, has the bronze marking, the brass marking. The other one does not.
Oh, sorry, brass.
But yeah, maybe we're on you again, just because everyone else had some chatty time. So yeah, you're in here. The Loxodon is currently just kind of healing and taking care of people. There is one dead body. There is one alive body, but still looking very hurt. And there's like a desk. There is medical supplies. It looks like a nurse's office or a doctor's office.
I want to go over to the desk and see if I can find any records with like names of people who have been revived.
Okay. Roll me an investigation. Let's see how snoopy you are.
Snoopy, Snoopy.
I love that it capitalized Snoopy. You froze, Mel, so whatever you're about to say, just re-say it in a second.
It'll probably all come at once very fast. It tends to happen when Mel freezes.
I know. Still can't hear you, Mel.
Damn it.
Okay, I heard damn it.
14.
14. Looking around, you are able to find like some basic details. There is basically like a literal folder with just names, and like from like a simple pattern gathering, and like seeing like Joe's name without a mark on it, but seeing Frank's name with a mark next to it. You're able to find a list, like a very long list of like 2 or 3 dozen people. Actually, about 3 or 4 dozen people at this point.
I'm gonna. How many pages thick is the list?
That's 7 or 8.
Okay. I'm going to try to fold it up as carefully as I can, like shove it in my shirt, and make a swift exit.
Now, is there just a floating piece of paper there, or does that turn invisible?
It says all of my possessions, so I'm assuming once I get it into a level of possession, i.e., stuffing it in my shirt, I would imagine it would become invisible.
Fair enough. Roll me a
But
stealth check
until
with
that
advantage.
moment, it is visible.
Roll me a stealth check with advantage.
Okay. I rolled an 8. What's my stealth?
Watching the gears turn in your brain is
13.
reading.
13. Let's see. Passive perception of a cleric. We'll have high wisdom. You're probably right on the mark. I will roll it just to be fair.
Okay.
Gonna give them a +3, so they have a
Oh,
50-50 chance.
Okay.
They roll the 13. There's just a moment where the Loxodon just like head turns, big ears, very very good for sonar. So it's looking around, sees the paper floating. As you get it in your shirt, you feel a trunk grabbing onto you, being like, what the hell's going on here? He's gonna try to restrain you.
Can I try to? Do I make a dex or a strength saving throw to try to not be restrained?
You can make an athletics or a acrobatics check.
Ooh, okay. We're gonna do acrobatics. Nope, unicorn die. We're gonna do the unicorn die.
Ooh,
That is
Jesus.
a natural 20.
What's your total? This matters.
Oh no. 23.
You guys tied, but you got a natural 20, so I will say that you escaped.
Okay.
Purely by the balls of a natural 20. Okay. You get out of the grip, but the Loxodon is still like grabbing around. Hey, nope. Something was here a second ago. And immediately you see that this Loxodon is beginning to cast. What are you doing?
I'm heading for the door.
Okay. We're gonna roll initiative real quick to see who goes
Oh
first.
no! What have I done?
Oh no. This is concerning.
All right. What did you roll?
That's a 6.
This person got a 7. You
great.
barely. Okay. You do that. This Loxodon casts Fairy Fire, and the room just fills with little sparks of energy, and slowly begin to attach to you as your outline, your little Kenku outline appears. It says, "What the fuck are you?" and tries to grab at you again.
Okay, as a bonus action, I'd like to cast Spiritual Weapon right in front of his face.
The steel drum.
Yeah.
All right, we can see those happen about simultaneously. I'm okay with that. All right, so you make the steel drum appear. As it tries to grab you, it's not able to, but he's beginning to start yelling.
Oh, great. Okay. Is
They're being
Fairy
infiltrated.
Fire still on me?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
still in the room, still on.
Okay. So
You have your action and your movement.
But it's a concentration up to 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, do I disrupt his concentration if I cast a spiritual weapon in
For
front of his
casting it?
face?
No, if you want to hit him with it for like whatever it takes to hit him with it as
As a bonus, when you create a floating spectral weapon, lasts for the duration until when you cast a spell, you make a melee spell attack against the creature within 5 feet. Okay. So
go ahead and roll a spell attack.
okay. Math. 17.
17 hits.
Cool. So he takes 1d8 plus my spell casting ability modifier. What does that mean?
That's so it's plus your charisma or
Well,
wisdom.
This is a cleric spell.
If it's cleric, it's a +3 on the modifier.
Oh, you are so lucky. So that's not even the important thing isn't the damage. The important thing is the concentration check, which rolling a 9 does break. So the fairy fire dissipates right after.
So I'm still invisible.
You're still invisible.
Cool. I run out the door.
Okay. Not long after, this person is in the hallway also yelling about it. The rest of you guys, not incredibly far away, hear the loud voice of a Loxodon yelling about infiltrators. Someone who is in here stealing stuff.
I'm gonna run back to Sid and hide under their cloak.
You're gonna go hide under the cloak.
I'm gonna
just like
look-
hide between Sid's legs, like so that they're like, like directly behind them. Like, little kids will like grab their parents' legs and like hide behind them. It's like that.
I mean, Yvette and I are still sitting down, so that could work.
It definitely could. Roll me a
Yeah,
stealth
yeah.
check with advantage. Again,
Cool.
we're gonna see how
Okay,
well.
okay.
And you can. This is basically triple advantage. Add +5 to whatever you roll.
Okay, so I already have a +5 to my stealth, so that's a 17 plus another 5 would be like 22.
22. Okay, that is good.
That is how math works.
That is very good. I'm trying to see who has
Listen,
the
I'm
highest
not a math
passive
guy. I'm
perception.
trying my best.
Who has the highest passive perception? Bell's is a 12. Maybe you're not going to notice this because you are panicking.
Mine is 17.
Yours is 17.
Mine's 14.
Okay, so as you are
And Sprig is
concentrating,
13.
on this Yvette, you're able to get detect magic going, and as you get it going, you look up. You can see Vendetta just leaning backwards, trying to like sit casually, but is just staring in your guys' direction as this yelling begins to happen. And it's just like looking specifically because Sid is the easiest to recognize, is looking daggers at Sid. Sid does not notice, but you notice the look going straight at you guys, being like, "What the fuck?" As she's just trying to relax. The Loxodon, along with 10 of the guards, comes into the main hall, as some others begin running around the outer hallways. Yvette, you get detect magic up. Are you going up to the front to try to... get a magic reading, or
how far back am I? Because my range for that is 30 feet.
each section's at least 10 feet, so 40, 50 feet.
Okay, so I want to get up. I want to be as far away as I can be.
Sure.
But to still have it work.
All right. You're able to get quite a bit closer, and you detect multiple sources of magic. One heavy one is in fact necromancy. You also get evocation, conjuration, and transmutation as well. And I think I'm missing. Nope, that's all of them. Oh, and enchantment. From the literal, that entire bottom level radiates through the runes. These types of magics.
What was the last one that you just said?
Enchantment.
Enchantment.
But yeah, there's currently chaos going on behind you guys. Sprig, Bells, what are you guys up to as the
Bells
others?
is going to pull the hood of their cloak up over them because they can't hear the guards, and that one guard will know who they are at this point. And in the event that that one does see them, they're concerned.
And Sprig?
I'm gauging the reactions of everybody else in the room and matching them.
Okay, roll me an
No,
insight
you're
check.
not standing with us, are you?
No, I'm not. I came over to tell you what was going on, and then I kept milling about the room. Insight, you said?
Yes.
Ooh. Okay, 23.
Everyone, when that gets voiced, everyone goes on alert. Like everyone, like it's like a dog that just like woke up and like heard something 6 doors away, and it's just like, everyone is very alert. No one is really doing anything, but everyone is heavily paying attention. People are just like, some people are just like slowly rotating their heads, just looking around the room. Other people are just like up, like Vendetta, who is just like looking towards you guys, which is just happens to be near the main door where like all the chaos is happening. A lot of people are just looking in that general direction.
Did anybody like go for weapons or anything when this just shouted, or are they just looking?
A lot of people just looking. The only people that you see going for weapons are Bawrachiv and Chiv. They up front, both almost at the same time, draw battle axes and just have them by their sides.
Wonderful. Okay.
Uh,
I'm just trying to match that reaction. I'm trying to blend in as much as possible.
okay. Roll performance or deception just to see how you're doing.
Oh, okay. 13.
Okay.
I rolled a 2, you guys. Whew. It's a scary number to see on a dice. Anyway.
At plus 11 on deception, though.
Yeah.
Cool. So, Sprig, you are doing that. Bells, you are trying to hide best you can. Yvette, you are reading up on this energy to figure it out. Sid, and then maybe what the hell are you guys doing?
She chew.
Choo choo.
Excellent timing, Vinny.
Thank you. I'd like to think I have a talent.
We only have like 4 quotes so far. That's wild.
That's surprising.
I think you guys are slightly more serious in your endeavors this time than you were last session.
I think so.
A little more seriously.
But yeah, Sid, what are you up to? Yeah, maybe hiding underneath. You hear chaos going on behind you.
So Sid would have stood up and turned and to kind of like see what was going on, so that maybe it was then in front of her, and then would have like nudged her with her foot the other direction, so that like as she was like moving up to go walk next to Yvette, just to kind of see what they were up to.
Okay. Easily hearable inside the entire area. You can hear and immediately see a black outfit, black Dragonborn walk to basically to the center of the top of the stairs and be like, no, 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 cover the exits. You said there's someone invisible, right? Well, where do you think they're going to go first? Now go cover the exits. And you hear people marching off.
Is this the same Dragonborn I was talking to earlier?
That was a red one. This black one is Vasul, the one that you've heard of before.
Oh, gotcha.
Vasul turns away from that and looks into the room, and you watch the eyes ignite as he eats a piece of watermelon.
So he's an
Sorry,
angry man.
I didn't get a chance to talk because I was on the phone with Hubs to let him know about the dog. When Sid gets up and nudges maybe with her foot, she's gonna dispel her invisibility. And just stick close to Sid and kind of look like she's been there the entire time. Completely unassuming, just bird child.
Completely unassuming bird child.
Unassuming.
Okay. You guys watch as Vasul just begins walking down that center aisle. No one else moves. They just stand there as he just like goes row to row and just looking up and down. Up and down. No one is magically disguised, correct?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. That is for your benefit in this exact moment. He just continues looking up and down the aisle and speaks loudly towards the balconies. No one in here, and turns around and begins walking back, and you just hear more commotion going on the outer ring.
God damn, Mel, that was so clutch. That was so clutch, dude.
Big trouble. Real close to big trouble right there.
Listen, I know I said I wanted to cause chaos, but
Jenga? Goddamn.
I have a question that I feel kind of bad asking.
What's up?
No, go ahead.
The cloak I use is basically like a magical kind of camouflage, especially if the hood is over their head. Would that have counted?
No.
Okay.
It being able to see into the ethereal plane means that like fake versions of creatures will stand out in front of the real versions.
Okay.
Magical stuff, you can assume he probably can also see magic items at this point, but not everyone, many people have magic items. That is not as strange. Like, you having a magical hood is not as big of a deal as like, hey, that person's completely invisible, but I can see them now.
I just wanted to double check, because I was like, I don't want to cause problems.
Nah, you good. I took that into account, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the honesty. In the moment in this room, the tension seems to alleviate a little bit, and you hear the halfling who had her arms crossed up front just go, ahem. All right, since we're gonna have a little bit of drama back there, why don't we get a fight going underway? Who's coming up here to do a little tussle?
We have a volunteer right here.
We got
this bitch
pointing at Sid.
All right, I don't know you. But all right, come on up.
All right.
I guess maybe he's gonna scooch over to Yvette then and cling to her, because the only other person she would cling to normally is like Solara, and Solara's gone, and Sid's gonna go fight. So
Bells is gonna stand on the other side of maybe as well. He's kind of protecting
maybe he's gonna
bird
scooch
child.
over to Yvette and just grab leg. She's a little shaken up. She's like, I did a bad thing.
Yvette's just standing there like, I don't know what to do.
Do you want a beer? Maybe.
Blood.
Maybe. Can you watch this for me? I don't think it'll do me much good in the fight. And she'll hand over her shovel.
Mel froze. Oh,
No, that was just a male face.
Mel just goes really still sometimes.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm like the dead.
But maybe would know how important that shovel is, and so.
Oh yeah, no. Like... Maybe takes the shovel and she's just like. Does a concern.
As you walk up front, the halfling says, "Right, you have the Chancery or not?"
No, I'm new in town.
All right.
Was that a John Mulaney reference?
Unintentionally. I've never even seen John Mulaney, but I knew as soon as I said it, I was like, someone's gonna laugh at that.
Are you looking to bet for information? Are you looking to bet for money? What are you looking to bet for?
I'm always down to bet for money.
All right. There's a
Information.
And unlike Frankie, you have money.
Yeah, not much.
gold.
Actually, currently, I have money than Frankie does.
Frankie's a lot more rich now after last session.
Wait, but didn't we all start with 1,000 gold?
No.
Yes. Here.
Wait, and this one?
And this.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, I
Vinny
forgot to
told
put
us
that
we
in.
could all start with 1,000 gold.
I
oopsie
forgot
doodles.
that part.
That's why I was haphazardly buying magical oranges.
Ah. I thought that was just the chaos.
It's both.
How much money are you looking to bet? How much gold are you looking to put up?
What's typical? Like I said, I'm new.
Depends. If you basically whatever as a person who doesn't belong here, whatever you put up, you have to pay 10% as well. So you want to put up 10 gold, you have to pay us 1 gold just to be here. If you want to bet 100
Alright.
gold, you got to pay us 10 gold just to be here. We match your bet. Do you win? You double up.
All right, let's do 10 gold.
10 gold. All right, we got 10 gold. Anyone looking to get beat up for 10 gold? Looks around. No,
I
okay.
can do more. All right,
Can I
50 then.
volunteer?
No.
Okay, looking to
Oh
get
my
beat up for
God.
10 gold is a real different thing, Yvette.
50 gold.
Well, now you're talking, and you watch Vendetta get up and walk down and just
Oh no.
tighten up her straps. Oh, perfect. I was looking to beat up somebody today, and she drops 50 gold down and just like raises an eyebrow at you, like, why the fuck are you guys doing whatever it is you're doing?
Don't ask questions, Vendetta.
I don't see any weaponry on you. Do I have to use my fists, or can I use weapons?
Use your weapons. It wouldn't be fair otherwise.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't think so.
She chuckles and says, "All right, 50 gold, 50 gold. Putting the money down. Whenever you two are ready to begin, people start clearing up, and the center circle is opened. Idel looks up and says, "We're ready." You hear a very, very low chant that sounds not quite a child's voice, but like a teenager's voice. And you watch as like the runes around the circle ignite. Go ahead and roll initiative.
The runes around the circle ignite.
Mhm.
I didn't get a chance to ask Vinny, but like DM to player, is magic available? Like, can I smite, or is that a no-go?
100%. Yeah, no. As far as you can tell, it's no holds barred. It's just
Okay, all
fucking
right,
go.
all right. Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm about
Tell
to
me you
get my
got a
ass-
natural one without telling me you
beat.
got a natural one.
I didn't, but I'm about to get my ass beat. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, honestly, Vendetta rolled a nat 20, so like,
Yeah, I rolled a 3, but I have a -1 to initiative, so
yeah, she has a +5, so she had a 25. So, tell me you're a monk without telling me you're a monk. Anyways,
yeah, I know.
That'll do it.
all right, we're gonna do a quick fightsies. And as you two are doing this, we're gonna do the fighting kind of separate. So first, Vendetta like gets close and starts taking some hits at you, but you can hear her talking to you, just being like, "Okay, what the fuck is the plan? Because so far you guys are really fucking around, and I'm not liking it." And as she tries to take 4 hits at you.
4? Oh well, yeah, she's a monk. Okay, never mind. We're good. I was about to get really upset. I forget you get multi-attack at this level.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Monks are ridiculous.
What is your AC? Just so I know.
16.
16. Cool.
Mhm.
With the 4 hits, she boom, hits you twice, and of those 2 hits, you take 19 damage. And I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws.
I'm in trouble.
Is she doing stunning strike?
I'm in trouble.
I'm in danger.
All right, the first one is I could do math. Constitution, dirty 20.
You're good.
Ooh, not as good. 12.
12. Let's see. 8 plus 3 plus 3. So 8 plus 6.
Wait,
14.
I get plus 3. Sorry. I can read my sheet. Sorry, I am a paladin, so I have the aura of whatever the fuck.
Which
so
gives you an additional plus of your
Aura of
charisma.
whatever the fuck.
It's not wrong. It is an aura of whatever the fuck.
So
That's
that
a
would
quote.
be yeah.
That's 15?
Then, so instead it would be 15.
15. All right. Her DC is 14, so you pass both times, but she takes these 2 quick hits from you, and then just like stares at you, specifically waiting for an answer, because she's like, "I talked to you guys. It sounded like you guys were smarting up, but they're yelling about an intruder." Less than 6 hours from the last time I saw you guys.
I'm gonna take a swing with my great sword, or 2 swings with my great sword, and like as I'm striking back, I'm gonna say, "We're gathering information." Okay.
All right.
Obviously. Fuck. 11's not gonna hit her.
11 does not.
That's a natural 1, so
That also does not hit. She just like leaning back earlier, like when Yvette tried to hit her with the with her quarterstaff, with the quarterstaff. Vendetta just like leans back out of the way. Is like, I get that. I really get that, and I appreciate it. Can you do a better job?
no.
I don't feel bad about taking your money, and she just goes in for another 4 strikes. She's not being fancy about it. She just is done.
Quick question, GM.
What's up?
How focused is everybody on the fight right now?
A lot, like very, like these
Okay,
like people pay
okay.
attention. Like there are runes glowing. 2 people are like
Cool.
fighting each other.
Cool.
They don't know if it's
So-
to the death or not.
So maybe it's gonna tug on like Yvette's like, I don't know, cloak or whatever. I don't know what the fuck Yvette's wearing, and just
The cloak
very
is
carefully. Okay, whatever the whatever, like your shirt. I don't know, just something to get Yvette's attention, and just very slowly, like very carefully pulls out the folded up papers and just passes it to Yvette.
I'm going to use oh fuck, where is it? I have a spell called Wrist Pocket. I could
I enjoy that
hold
spell.
stuff in
A
another
lot.
location.
Spell.
It's such a,
Such a good fucking spell.
Let me find my card.
FYI, Yvette, because you would know this with Detect Magic Job, every single tattoo, brass tattoo, glows with magic.
Ooh.
Hmm.
An FYI.
Well, that's good to know.
Enchantment and necromancy.
Enchantment and necromancy.
Yep.
Cool.
Just while you're doing all this info gathering. Yvette, not Yvette, Vendetta, like, loudly seeming to, like, put on the act, talks some shit to you, Sid, as she, like, delivers another three hits that impact, and she's like, is this really the best you can do? are you a paladin or a cleric? Because you're not putting up much of a fight. And boom, boom, boom. And
So shady.
does 22 damage to you with 3 hits.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh.
Okay, alright. Oh, fuck, hold on. How many was it the first time I did the wrong thing?
22.
19.
Oh, first
It
time
19,
was
thank you.
19.
Okay, sick. Oh my fucking god, hold on. I can't make this work the right way. Hold on. So it's 22 and 19.
Yeah, and she does not use any stunning strikes on her this time, realizing that you apparently are really good against those.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Hold on, let me look at something really quick. Ooh, okay, that's not a good idea. Okay. I'm going to use Healing Hands and give myself 34 hit points. Or
Feel about
35 hit
that.
points, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were saving one. Yeah, 34. 35
Actually, you know what? I'm going to save exactly 1 hit point, so I'm just going to do 34.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. Gain back your health.
And then I'm going to cast Shield of Faith. No, I can't do both. Wait, is that a bonus action? Hold on. Yeah, it's a bonus action, so I'll cast Shield of Faith.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you are able to imbue some healing energy, and also put a little ward around yourself to make you a little harder to hit. Smart moves. What are the rest of you doing as this fight's going on?
So I'm doing wrist pocket to get what was given to me. Whoop, and it goes transported into an extra dimensional space, and that lasts for up to an hour. That's what I'm up to.
Echo, you're like breathing into your mic, dude.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I also just got done running back and forth helping Grandma, so I'm like,
Oh, okay.
All right, yeah. You're able to put everything into wrist pocket, no problem. How about Sprig and Bells? What are you guys up to, if anything?
I'm just gonna like casually ask somebody if they normally do bets on things like this.
You see money being handed back and forth, and see some people collecting money.
yeah, that's not something you gotta ask about.
I mean, maybe I want to ask because I want to do some betting.
Yeah. What do you want? What do you want to bet?
It was up for 50, but I presume that the betting can go for less. I'm gonna find out if I can bet for just 10 gold and
Yeah.
do 10. I I'm gonna bet on the monk winning, even though I don't want the monk to win.
That's fucked up.
That's fair.
You're right, but like, ow.
But is she wrong?
Look,
you
you spend most of your time in a graveyard.
not wrong.
I
yeah,
want you to win.
side
Wholeheartedly.
side bets is basically you get 50% back, so you bet 10, you're gonna get 5.
Okay, that's fine.
Cool. All right. Yeah. You're able to place the bet. Bells. What are you up to as this is going on?
That's a good question.
Yep. You see Sid and Vendetta are fighting in this ring of glowing runes. Yvette is like doing some weird paperwork. Maybe magically appeared. Sprig is just not even with you guys.
Look, I'm still in the crowd, trying to be like a normal person.
Bells is just kind of keeping an eye out. Kind of, because between Maybe and Yvette, it's like, yeah, there's shit going down. I'm just gonna kind of keep an eye out, make sure nobody kind of gets too close or decides to cause trouble with us anymore.
Fair enough. Roll me perception as you are watching
can do
people's
that.
backs. Sid, what is your AC now with that? Is it
That
18?
would be a 5.
I believe it would be 18. I was trying to look at that, but I think it's 18 because I think it's supposed to +2 for Shield of Faith.
Yep. And you said 5 for your perception, Bells?
Absolutely.
Cool. Good to know. Alright, as you guys continue fighting Vendetta... Ooh, Yvette?
Can I do an Arcana check on the runes now that they're lit up?
Sure. What would you like to try to find out?
I want to know what they're doing.
Fair enough. Sid, as you guys continue to fight, Vendetta is still landing a couple of blows, not as many. Now that with your beefy defense, it is a lot harder, but she's still able to get 2 hits on you, and you do take 14 more damage.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try again. Oh my fuck! Hold on. Be down. Hitting heal instead of damage. Okay. Just so you know, Vinny, I'm at like half. So I'm gonna just try and hit her again with my greatsword twice.
Yep.
First one is a big ol' miss. Come on. Oh my god. 15.
15 does not hit.
Doesn't... Yeah, I didn't think so. Fuck. I don't know if there's anything I can do. Yeah, no, because I attacked, so nope.
Nope. All right.
I got a
Yvette?
15 on that Arcana.
Seems to be... You can see one of the 2 effects. One of them is very clear. When magic is cast, specifically when you see Sid cast Shield of Faith, the spell is very visible. It's almost like you can see the line from Sid's hand come up. Basically, it looks like it's like a fairy fire for magic, so like no cheating can be done. So like any spells cast like are very obviously cast. So like, you know, if one of you guys casts something, it might be pretty noticeable.
And so this is affecting like the whole room, not just like in the fighting circle?
It's in the fighting pit, but like anything, but the way you're seeing the magic flow, it's going from Sid's hand, then like around the body. Like you're seeing like the whole line of effect versus just cast and there.
Yeah. So, am I able to tell like if I were casting something, would it, even though I'm out of the circle, would it affect me, or does it only affect magic being cast in the circle?
We'll say with the 15, there's a secondary effect. There's another effect you're not getting. We'll say that you're getting this specific effect into its completion. Basically, so if you cast something, whatever it was, there would be basically anything that's not in the circle wouldn't show up, but there would be a line from the second it hits that aura to Sid. So it would be noticeable that there is a line going from Sid somewhere in the crowd. Basically, it'd be like, hey, someone in the crowd is helping this person.
Oh, okay, got it. But if I were to cast something that didn't go into the circle at all, it wouldn't do anything.
It would not affect outside of it. Yeah, it's just this specific, that little sphere or cylinder.
Vinny, earlier you said they don't know if it's a fight to the death.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that
Cool.
sentence.
Cool. I don't think Vendetta would probably kill her. I don't think.
We can hope.
You'd ask.
See, the
Surely
problem
Vendetta.
with that is she's under contract,
Mm-hmm.
so she might. That might be part of the gig.
Yeah.
But she's our friend.
Is she though?
Debatable. A
As-
bitch.
Solara should have kissed her. Then she would be our friend.
as Bells has that dot, she
Yeah.
might be our
Yeah.
friend. Boom, boom, 2 more hits land, and you take 14. 2 more hits from the 4. She's getting low on key points.
Oh, that's good. I would like to hit her. I really want to hit her.
I would like you too, because I would love to see a nice, awesome smite.
I want to smite so bad. Please. I'm gonna try again and hope for the fucking best. That's a 2. So no. I've tried all of my dice. I don't know what to do anymore. Oh, that's off the table.
Poor Ariel.
Cover it over the candle before you roll it.
19. Let's
19.
go. All right, that's fucking finally. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that is 2d6 plus. I'm gonna smite the fuck out of her right now.
Do it up.
Okay, let's see.
Question: is it against the rules for somebody to help from the stand?
I would think so.
You don't know.
Too much.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a level 2 divine smite. So
Good shit.
that's 2d8. So 3d8
Plus your 2d6.
plus my 2d6, and then I'm also a great weapon fighter. So damage die, if I roll a 1 or a 2, I can re-roll it. Just so you
Nice.
know. All right, so I rolled several 2s and 1s. So hold on. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh, God,
Spoicy
math.
damage.
Did you say that spicy? You did.
Spoicy
It's in the
damage.
captions.
Spoicy.
So that's
Boise.
21 points of radiant damage, and if she is undead, I get an additional +1 or an additional D at last.
Not undead. She has
Okay.
her faculties. She is humanoid still. At
Okay.
least as far as I would rule it. I don't think you stay undead when you get brought back to life. So
Fair enough.
nice. You get one real big hit off, and like at this point, it feels like she's just having a good time with it because you've missed her
Mhm.
quite a few times. You do that, she like knocks back a bit, and like she's got blood coming out of her, and she's like, "All right, so you can hit, and you can hit hard."
So Vinny, I have a question. How do you do potions of healing typically?
Bonus action. The Mercer
Okay,
rules.
can I sling one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. 2d4 plus 2. Do I have a single d4? Yes, I do. Okay. Not bad.
She sighs and says, "Don't do that again," and just comes back in for 4 more swings.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Wow, she missed all but 1, so 1 hit. 10 damage though.
Okay. Oh fuck. Jesus. All right. And then I'm gonna go again, and I'm gonna just see what I can do.
Yep. You got her down a pretty sizable chunk from that 1 hit. I won't lie.
All right. So that's an 18. So
18
I
hits.
will be doing that again.
Okay.
The same exact thing.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
All right, I can reroll that one. Oh, that is sexy. Oh, okay. 30 points of damage.
Yes.
Damn. Okay.
Hell yes.
So that's my first hit,
All right.
and then I don't with the next one. I doubt. Fuck. 17?
17 doesn't hit.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
That second strike, she looks so rough afterwards. She like backs up. There's just 2 giant gash marks in her, but it looks like she's getting so much blood loss from those 2 hits. She sighs and says, "All right, I guess we're both doing this." And she places her hands on herself, and like a burning energy goes down as she begins healing herself a little bit too. Well, that sucked. I'm gonna get away from you. And she runs up the wall and reaches up onto the balcony and just hangs
Does
there.
Is
does
that
it
allowed?
trigger an attack of opportunity?
Yes, it does.
20.
20 hits.
All right. I'm not gonna burn all my spells just in case I actually need them to like save lives later. So I'm just gonna do my 2d6.
Nice.
9.
Alright. You take away a decent chunk.
Oh
of
my
which
god,
she
I'm
just
so
healed back.
stupid. I think she's probably dead because it's not just the 2d6. There's also 5 in there.
Oh, you haven't been adding the 5 any of those times?
I haven't been adding the 5. I won't do it backwards, but I'll do it now. So
it's fine. You've done 3 hits, so she is still alive, but barely.
Okay.
She is hanging 30 feet up in the air.
Okay.
Because monk shit.
Cool monk shit. Yeah.
Mhm. But that's her turn. It's technically your turn now.
Alright. I'm gonna hold an attack until she gets within striking distance.
Okay.
But I do I get the multi-attack or do I just get the one swing?
I'm pretty sure
I
it's
hold it.
supposed to just be the one swing.
Okay.
I
Fair
think
enough.
that's how it works.
Okay.
Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
Whatever you rule, I'm cool with it.
Typically for attacks of opportunity, it's just the one because it's not like really an action in the same way.
Yeah, but are you asking about what you did for the attack of opportunity, or are you holding your action?
I'm holding my action.
Yeah.
Then it should be whatever you can do for one action, right?
I'm pretty sure that the way it is because it's holding for like that brief moment. It's only the one attack.
Yeah.
I don't think
You
it
get
matters
limited
because
right
neither of you two are going to die, so
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
fair.
really matter.
But yeah.
I will say, there's also I didn't make you roll for things either, which I also should have done.
Go. We went back on my stuff, so please, I'll do whatever I gotta do.
You should have been knocked prone every time she hit you with a flurry of blows, which means you would have been hit with advantage a bunch of times. So we can't do that.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
so that was just my bad.
So do you, so in fairness, I'm okay to negate the attack of opportunity because I probably would have been on my ass or close to it.
Either way, it doesn't actually matter. So we'll leave that the way
Okay.
it is right now. She,
Okay.
while hanging there with one hand, pulls some darts out and just tosses 2 of them at you.
Sweet.
Those
Are you
both
in
hit.
love?
They both hit. Am I
both
in
hit.
love?
Roll that damage. That is 14 damage.
Oh fuck. Oh,
She's sitting there. She looks like she's close to death too. Like I don't know where you are, but she is so bad.
I'm fucking close to
Okay,
death.
cool.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
It's your
Is that
turn.
all she's got?
This
Yeah.
is all she got. She's hanging. She's using most of her
Oh,
energy
God.
to
I don't
hang.
think I have any attack spells.
She has an arm and her tail, just both grabbing on while she has a free hand.
Okay, so if I were to cast command and tell her to drop, it's the target drops whatever they're holding when it ends its turn. Does that mean that she drop herself?
She would.
Cool. I'm gonna cast command.
Cool. What is the save?
I believe. Oh shit, that's a second level spell. Oh no.
I think it's wisdom. But
yeah.
Cool. All right. 22.
And yeah, she passes.
Her free hand that has the dart in it just. That is your action, I believe. So you still have your bonus action and movement.
Is it possible to move out of range of the darts, or would I have any idea?
Fucking geometry math.
It's better than
Yes.
reverse math.
Yes, you would have to move like basically to the edge of the ring, but you could do it and be just out of range where she'd have disadvantage on the throws.
Okay, I'll do that because I'm hurting.
Yeah, so she's gonna do it one more time and give it a shot, but she's gonna find it real quick that it's at disadvantage, so that's not gonna go. That's a 10, and that's a 14. So both of those miss, and she just like sighs in annoyance, being like, "All right, I guess I'm coming down soon." You watch her eyes like partially close from like blood loss, and like she wakes herself back up.
God, I don't really have any good spells anymore, so I am going to take my dagger and throw it. But I'm assuming if she had disadvantage on her darts, I probably have disadvantage on this. Yeah.
You do.
Cool.
But a throw is better than nothing.
Ooh. 24 to hit.
That's with disadvantage.
Yeah, I rolled a 17 and a 19.
That hits. And whatever
And
damage
ooh,
you
like
do.
that is good news with Ariel.
So 7 damage.
She had 1 hit point left. So she gets stabbed, lets go, hits the ground, loses
Okay,
2
I'm gonna try
death
and
saves.
catch her. I was gonna say I'm gonna try and catch her so that she doesn't have to do death saves.
Give it a shot. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, okay, now we're rolling well.
Oh,
22, yeah, right. 22.
22. Alright, you're able to get onto her right before she hits the ground and catch her. If she was awake, she could slow fall, but being unconscious, she just slump. You literally catch a dead body, it feels like.
Yeah, and do I take damage from having a dead body falling on me?
No.
Okay.
As funny as
I was
that
gonna
would
say,
be.
That would be fucking hilarious if that actually happened.
No, probably would, but we're not going to worry about that at the moment. We'll say you catch her. She is unconscious, and I'll
I immediately just
starts clapping.
tap her on the shoulder, give her that 1 hit point I have left on my healing hands, and set her down.
Wow,
Nice.
she really fell for you.
As you do that, there's like a light applause. Some people cheer up towards you. You see money exchange hands. Sprig, the person who took your money, just smiles and shrugs, keeping it. But Adele comes over to you with 100 gold.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna take it and then basically like stumble back up into the bleachers and sit down next to my party, right next to Yvette.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna do like immediate cure wounds at 3rd level.
Some people like are patting Vendetta on the back, but Vendetta comes over and just sits next to you guys, looking so shitty. I was like, well, now I can explain why I'm talking to you guys. Thanks for the shit kicking. Fuck.
Well, you were talking a lot of shit. I had to do something.
I gotta make it look good.
Yeah, I look real good. Thank you.
I'd punch you, but I'd probably die. And she just like puts her head down.
Maybe we'll do cure wounds at 1st level on Vendetta.
She jolts a bit,
A
like
bitch.
like the random hand comes up.
Yeah. And then she'll follow up with a healing word and just say, a bitch.
You're less scary now. I like you, little one. Oh, jeez. All right, well, that was a good cover. She's just like
Yeah.
rolling her arm and doesn't like another healing on herself. A very small one by comparison, but enough to be like, okay, I'm stable.
Belle, did you do cure wounds on me? I don't know if you said that or not.
Oh, yeah, I did. It didn't go into the game log. The heckity heck. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna roll it. I marked them. I'll re-roll. I won't do the digital roll anymore because it doesn't like me. So I did cure wounds on Sid at 3rd level. So
Oh, okay.
that is 3d8 plus 2. Do I
Nice.
have 3d8? I do. 10, 13 plus 2, 15 health. And then another cure wounds at 1st level on Vendetta, so I believe that's 1d8 plus 2.
Yep.
That's 8 health, and then another d4 plus, I want to say 3?
Plus your charisma, so yeah, probably.
Well, Healing Word is a cleric spell versus a
Oh,
bard spell.
it can be a bard too. That's why. Well, it should be
Well, yeah.
still a
No, but
plus
it's
2 then.
It's specifically marked as cleric. Well, no, because I have cure wounds as a bard, so it's a plus 2.
Wow,
But-
why?
I don't know, I just
you
do.
reversed the norm.
I just do. But yeah, so Healing Word, 1d4 plus 3. Don't ask me my logic. I don't know it.
I don't know her.
What's logic?
What is that? Another 5 health for Vendetta.
Cool. She is looking pretty okay at 19 with her own healing. Eventually, Adele comes over to you guys. Actually, is there anything anyone else wants to do? Like any conversation? Sprig, are you still like just away from everybody?
Get your little
Yeah,
fairy ass over here.
If you can hear background noise, I apologize. It's definitely my siblings in the garage. Anyway.
You're fine.
I kind of want to keep trying to scout out more information away from the group.
Sure.
Like, I really want to talk to Bawrachiv. Did I get that name right? I might not. Yeah.
Bara and Chiv, or Bawrachiv, yeah. You can see them. They immediately take their places against the wall now that the fighting's done. They came off of it for when the runes were glowing. But now that the runes have stopped, they take their spots. And the blood is just left on the floor that you two just made all over the place. The walls quickly cleaned. The floor itself left untouched.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, can I do any sort of like investigation or like history check or something about if I
What did you roll last
know-
time?
which last time? When I did
You
the
rolled-
investigation or Arcana?
I don't know. I don't know which one you rolled. Did you roll investigation or Arcana with the runes?
So originally, when I was looking at the runes, I did investigation and I got a 25.
Oh,
When they lit up, you did an
investigation.
Arcana check, though.
When they lit up, I did an
Okay,
Arcana, which
so-
was 15.
If you would like to do another investigation check, I'll let you do that since the investigation before was kind of the whole room, and now you're narrowing it a bit. Sprig, you can gather information and just tell me what you're doing and how you're doing it, and who you're talking to. If you're looking for notable figures, you have Bawrachiv, Vasul is in the room, Orten is in the room. You don't see Frank or Joe. Trying to think of other people that you at least have names of. Vendetta is with your group. Adele is currently walking towards your group, the little halfling who seemed to be like the ringleader of the fighting pit.
Mm-hmm. I specifically I want to talk to Bawrachiv because I know they have information on the Ivory Queen, and I really am digging for that. That is what I'm interested in.
Okay. Which one do you want to go to? The one on the left or the one on the right? Doesn't really matter. You're trying to get both of them at the same time.
I mean, I feel like it would be cool to try to get both of them at the same time, but if that's not feasible, then the one on the left.
You can do it. We can say you eventually time it right to get both of them as they are kind of like taking their positions back. You're able to get them as they are like walking down. As you do that, what is your approach with them? Because they are just like walking down onto getting ready to take up their positions. You approach. Is there a specific manner? How are you conversing? Like, what are you trying to? How are you trying to suss them out?
What? I'm gonna be. It's gonna be the kind of thing of like, hi, I'm terribly sorry, but would you happen to be Bara and Chiv? I have heard something of you, and I was wondering if I could get some weapons.
They both look at you at the same time and they say, "Yes, that's me. Can I help you with?"
Well, I'm doing a little bit of research. I'm a bard, and so I've been gathering stories, and I've heard some fascinating things about the Ivory Queen. And I don't know. It must have been a conversation I overheard, but somebody said that you're the only people who have actually seen her.
I don't know about other people, but I think we've met.
how was that experience?
Roll an insight check.
Cool. That's a natural one. If you want the total, it's 6.
You're unable to read the emotion on the faces, but answered from both at the same time. They say it was like meeting a youth who had already seen the world.
Wow, that's fascinating. Are you willing or able to tell me more about them?
They both kind of like reach up to their shoulder at the same time and cover like what looks like just like a little white scale on the side of their arms, and like not in detail. I could wax more poetic words, but speaking literally is not really an option.
I see. Yes. I won't ask more of you than you are able then.
Appreciate it. Who are you? I have not seen your face before. And both faces go a little puzzled at the same time, and one of them actually starts like looking around a bit. While the other one.
I'm certainly new in town. Darn it. Okay. I realized the quote and then I broke character in my head. Sorry. Ooh, I'm new to these parts at least. Call me Ipsy.
Ipsy. Nice to meet you. I go as Bawrachiv. You can address us separately as Bara, and then the other one points to the other one, or Chiv, or together. Either way is fine.
Thank you. Pleased to be your acquaintance.
Yours as well. You seem I don't want to sound offended, or I don't want to sound offensive.
Trust
You
me,
seem
travel with that is impossible.
You seem not innocent, but probably a little underwhelming in the area you're in. I would tread careful about what you ask and of who.
I appreciate the warning, and you are correct. This is not necessarily my area of expertise. Do you ever have time off that I could buy you a drink, perhaps?
One at a time. We separate, and I can. Same time, no, one of us is almost always here.
Okay. That would be fine. Would either of you have time this evening?
Look at each other, like they're like comparing schedules mentally, and it's like, yes. And Bara says, I'd be able to come out.
Wonderful. I don't know many places here. I've only been here a couple of days, but I would be happy to take you somewhere and chat. I would like to get to know you better.
It sounds wonderful. Either come in, you know how to get you're in, so yes, you do. Either come here and find me, or if you have a place you wish to meet, just let me know before you leave.
Will do. Thank you.
They nod, and both of them walk back to their spots. Both with like a little smile on, but they have their weapons drawn and are just like standing there, gripping their battle axes, but seem happy. Happier than their faces were before.
It's never a bad thing to make friends with the bodyguard.
Adele comes over and like looks to Vendetta and be like, "You're hanging out with the people that beat the shit out of you?" And Vendetta's like, "Piss off, or I'll make you fight her next."
Maybe chimes in with a bitch.
I don't know who you're referring to, but yes, we're all bitches here.
That's going in the book.
Adele.
There be bitches.
Adele looks over at you, Sid, and like looks at the other people that you're, I'm assuming, sitting at least kind of close to. Says, You looking for work?
Maybe. Depends on the work.
How about delivering a package?
How much will it make me? Fucking Mel. No.
No, I'm laughing because it was the original quest that we were supposed to do in the first place.
Oh, I
That's
thought you were
not why
laughing
I'm
at the.
laughing. No.
I thought as our resident Laura Bailey, that's where you were going with it.
Oh, absolutely not. I thought it was the resident Marisha, by the way, because I fall out of my chair a lot, apparently.
It's
It
true.
could be both.
Could be.
It
both.
could be both.
That's good.
Adele shrugs and says, "Don't know. If you want to stay until after sunset, we can get you a quick audience and figure out what she wants you to do."
This she you speak of, is it the owner? Who is it?
Yeah, owner, I guess is the right word.
All right.
I
How
think
do
we
we
would be happy to deliver a package, right? Just
Yeah, of course.
and subtly.
Ow.
Maybe
Oh,
just
that's-
nods
ow.
sagely and says, "We're all bitches here," and then hits Sid with another cure wounds.
Oh, I thought you were gonna actually hit me, and I was like, no.
I am close to death. Do not. Adele looks to Vendetta, is like, "You looking for work?" And Vendetta's like, "No. I just lost too much money. I'm gonna go try to win it back here again when I'm better. No, thank you." And Adele shrugs and says, "Alright, you stay here for a few more hours or come back in about 3 hours, and we'll see what job we can get you." And Adele walks away.
That's another 4 hit
Alright.
points for you, Sid.
Thank you. I'll just look at Yvette. I'm like, I was gonna say that. I just wanted to see who we were working for.
It's taking too long.
It's
Find
called
out.
patience.
I don't know what that is.
We'll work on it.
Pencil in a
I mean,
patience lesson.
yeah, could you add patience to our list?
Patience before the tea party. Patience lesson, tea party, morality lesson.
Yes, there you go. Well, I think we have overstayed our welcome here for the time being, and we should maybe make our leave until later. I could use a nap, and we could probably, have more fun elsewhere for now.
Pop out.
She's gonna kind of pointedly look at maybe.
Maybe just kind of looks really guilty and then says back in your voice, "That is so fair."
I'm gonna send a message to Sid and say maybe gave me a stack of some sort of papers that I'm hiding in another dimension, and I can only do that for an hour, so we should probably leave so we can look at that.
You said that to me, who is sitting right next to you. Okay.
Yeah, because I
Just
didn't
wanted to
say
make
it out loud.
Oh, okay.
Well, wait,
Message,
what
you
is
still
message?
say it out loud. You
Yeah,
just
you still have to
whisper
say
it.
out loud.
Yeah, but
I
no one else can hear it except for the person that it's being said to.
Gotcha. Okay.
I said it discreetly, so I'm not sharing the plan. I'm trying to learn from previous mistakes.
I appreciate you covering your bases.
And I'm sitting there getting this twice and getting like a little bit of the repeating feedback because it's slightly delayed in my head.
Bells, was there any final things you wanted to do? I'm assuming almost everyone else is like good to go except maybe Bells and Sprig. If there's anything you guys specifically wanted to do, unless maybe wants to cause more chaos. I know what room you want to get into.
I mean, I feel
Bells,
like maybe
Bells
We
is good
are
with
coming
leaving.
back.
I know. We're coming back. This is turning into like a 5-shot. We know this already.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
already told you.
And then
We
at what
messed
point
up.
do we have to pay you $10 a piece per per session?
No, because I
At what
dragged.
point does it reach that?
You'll find out. When it's after the 2 plot hooks that I already have. If it go farther than that, maybe.
When
Yeah.
do we put in our Patreon pledges?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, Sprig, Bells, anything? Is Bells there? Is Echo there? Is
I said the
Oh.
bells is good.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah, Bells is gonna leave with us.
And Sprig, are you waiting to hang out with Bara, or are you going with the party and coming back? Or
I'm gonna go with her back.
cool. You
Like
guys
I
are able
told you
to.
the other day, if I'm not here, just assume I'm following the group.
I know, but I want to give you your own agency if you're around.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are able to leave. Vendetta just like gives you a salute and looks just tired as fuck. She puts her head back down on the table. You guys are able to leave and go to the tavern or wherever else it is that you wanted to hide and talk or do some other
As really
shit.
quick as they exit, maybe he's just gonna turn back to Vendetta, wave, and go, "We're all bitches here," and cast another healing word on Vendetta.
You've gone to my least favorite to my favorite in such a quick amount of time.
She's quite
Just
lovable.
like finger guns.
Cool. So where would you guys like to go to talk, share, do whatever it is that you plan on doing?
Back to the tavern. Back to the tavern.
I'm gonna say, might I suggest the place where we have private rooms?
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
starts like power walking back to where they were staying.
All right.
Okay.
We're just gonna follow
Yeah.
her.
Sid will follow
back to-
slowly, still like like peruse
Do
under her
we-
armor.
Do we still have the room, even though Solara's not here anymore? Because it's
Someone else has to pay for it now, but yes.
I was already paying for a room, so
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
go there.
Yeah, so now we can just switch to sharing Sprig and Belle's room.
Yeah.
And there were only
When we
two
get in there,
beds.
when we get in there, I'll be like, "Well, Solara's not here, so we could pay for her room. Would you want to go back to the graveyard later? It's more up to you than anything. I can stay there all the whole time." To Yvette.
Don't worry about me. I'll go wherever I wish.
Okay.
Costs you basically 16 silver to stay, so split that however you guys need to. Or want to. But yeah, you guys go to the room, and what's the plan? Wrist pocket probably ending very soon.
Well,
I'm gonna
figure
pop
out whatever.
my package
Um,
of stack of papers out of my little extra dimension.
Yep.
I need to know what you guys think I should ask Bara when I take her for drinks tonight.
Bells is just gonna look scandalous or scandalized.
Scandalous. This is recess.
Yeah.
I used the wrong word. I meant scandalized. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Gosh, I would start simple and do history and just see, the basics to make it not seem like you're trying to interview them.
Make it like, getting to know her, them, her.
Getting to know you.
I knew that was
getting to
coming.
know all about you.
Yeah, and then just, the history of the place, and then maybe the markings.
Ask about oh god, wait, never mind. I wouldn't know this. Never mind.
You can meta
better
share,
get-
it's fine.
Would
If
you
someone else
say
here knows.
when you described earlier that they had the white dragon scale things.
That's fine, I would have told you. You're good.
Okay, cool. Ask about those.
Maybe we'll just hear that they're getting drinks with that essentially they have a date, and just kind of looks at Sid and Yvette and then just goes, "Mamma mia, here I go again."
I just
I
want you
love
guys
playing
to
this
know-
character so much.
I just want you guys to know I am well aware that it sounds like a date. Sprig is not. So if any of you have the insight to know that, she doesn't know that.
Oh, Yvette is also would be completely clueless.
Sprig, do you know generally what it means when you ask someone out for drinks?
That I want to get to know them better.
Does your mother know that you're out?
No, we're just gonna like choke on their laughter.
So, yes, but that specific phrasing is often used when you're asking someone out, like properly on a date.
Oh. Shoot.
Sprig has a
I
date.
bet you look confused.
Sprig has a date.
Maybe
Yeah. I
we'll
bet you look
immediately
confused.
mimic bells and start going, Sprig has a date! Sprig has a date!
Well, that's a little awkward.
Yvette just taking notes. Just like, huh. This is important shit.
Wait, why does this happen to me?
It's a good question.
Maybe just
So
shrugs, a bitch.
so it's not a date then.
Well, I didn't mean it as a date. That doesn't mean she doesn't think it's a date.
Sprig's got a date. Sprig's got a date.
Oh,
Would
that's
you
weird. Okay, it'll be fine.
would you like to have some of us there to make sure that everything goes well, just like hiding in the background?
Bells was gonna go no matter what.
Maybe I'm afraid that it might not go swimmingly. How about I take you that we get some what's the equivalent of fantasy chicken nuggets?
You're gonna offer a bird child chicken nuggets?
This is the second time. This is the second.
Cannibalism!
This is the second time that's happened with you, Mel. That happened in Griffin's campaign too.
Did that happen in Griffin's
It did, and you said the exact same thing. You said the exact same thing. It was. I am reliving shit over here.
Or maybe
Yeah,
a
because
bread bowl. I don't.
because the main character who ran the bar there was famous for inventing chicken nuggets.
Oh, that's right. And they offered me chicken nuggets.
Mhm.
They were like, what do I give you?
So
They
we
offer
could-
you
we
could get jerky. You could get like jerky. Just
Ice
like
cream. Give me fantasy ice cream, for fuck's
fan-
sake.
yeah, fancy ice cream, and we could just keep
That-
watch.
that does exist in the city because Bliss and Zabe went out for ice cream.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Why did you just go
Was that a
that
date?
way with an oh yeah?
No, I was just like, oh yeah, and it could have gone one of two ways, and it went not
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah, that oh
Yeah.
yeah was a different way, but anyways.
No, so hearing fantasy ice cream maybe looks to Sid and goes, to the fighting ring in Yvette's voice.
All right, yes, we can go. A couple of us can go and kind of keep track and make sure you're all right, Sprig, and that things
I-
don't get taken.
I trust you to do that and be quietly in the background.
But no one
The rest
else.
of us aren't sneaky.
I would
I'm
also
just-
I would
I'm
also trust
imperceptible. I put my cloak back on.
Maybe Bamps and turns invisible.
I would also trust Solara. But I don't necessarily trust the rest. No
I love that
offense.
maybe just goes sad every time Solara is mentioned.
And except no one can see that she's sad because she's invisible now. But she hears Sprig say that she maybe trusts Solar but not anybody else, and maybe responds with, take a chance on me.
All right, well, you know what you could do?
Perhaps a little bit maybe. Because maybe it doesn't cause mischief if on purpose.
Bells is gonna say, well, I'm going no matter what.
Is it possible to do this outside in the marketplace and just walk around because you don't know the city? So maybe they can show you the city and we can just trail behind you?
How
maybe
worried?
I didn't specifically say drinks.
Sure, but I'm sure there's things. I'm sure you can get all kinds of drinks all around the city.
Is it a place where there are things?
How worried are we that this is going to be like a problem?
Not very.
Is a bodyguard needed? Do we think? Because we do have to go and talk about that like package thing.
This is true.
And that would probably be around the same time. You are definitely needed for that.
Yes. So, Bells, if you can swear to me that you will not light anything on fire.
Well, it's got to be more than that. But yes, definitely the fire's a hard line.
If you said that you're going anyway, it might be good to you for that the way there's at least some backup because we don't know what's happening here. And then because Yvette had already expressed some interest in the package, they might come with us, maybe. Where would you like to go? I swear to God.
So sorry.
I tried really hard. I tried so hard.
And got so far.
In the end, it didn't even matter.
Sorry. I really tried.
I didn't say anything.
Yvette, I have two questions for you.
Yeah, what's up?
One, where are Frake and Joe?
I'm gonna say they've been chilling at the graveyard this whole time.
Okay. Two,
We would have warned the guy. I would have warned the guy.
two. In the morning or at night, do you recast Animate Dead to keep them under your control?
Oh, your Skella buddies. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, it's an important
I
question.
didn't know that I had to do that.
Yeah, you do. Or they become wild.
My brain
Oh,
was
fuck.
thinking about like
Yes.
Frank and Joe, the
Yep.
shopkeepers. Oh
And
man.
yes, I do.
What do you mean they become wild?
Every time you have to cast Animate Control once every 24 hours to maintain control over them, or they're just walking skeletons and zombies.
I'm just chilling.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do that.
So I just want you to pick either like sunrise, sunset. Pick a time, and make sure you mark off that spell slot when you do.
Okay. Do you know what level that is?
Off the top of my head, not really, but I'm sure we can find it. Animate Dead, I think, is either second or
Is it
third.
Oh, it's just regular anime dead.
Yep, and that's if you want to keep them. If you also just want them to like, then you don't have to. I'm not going to make you have to do this, but it does cast a third level spell slot every day if you want to keep them up.
Yeah. What do they do for me other than just like?
Up to you. They can be either literally a waste of space or comedic value, or they can do things. They can do what you tell them to do. They can be bodyguards. They can keep an eye on things, but they don't have the intelligence to like suss out details. But like if you're like clank this when a person walks by, they could be an alarm. They can be useful. They can also just be wild zombies in the graveyard that can just get cleaned up at some point if you don't want to keep having them. Because I'm going to assume a gravekeeper can like take out 2 skeletons with some help.
They'll manage.
But it's up to you.
Trying to
I-
decide.
I was just giving you the zombies so you could be that full necromancer you deserve to be.
Thank you. I love it.
But I don't want you to have to feel like you need to take that spell slot for that. It just hit me in the brain that that's a thing.
Because that's a fucking hefty spell.
It is.
Yeah.
But
I
it
think
also
I'm-
gives you 2 very
I think
useful
I'm
things at some
gonna,
points.
Say that that's something that I would do at sunrise, and I'm gonna say that I did not do that today.
Okay. So there is now a new Frank and Joe hanging out in the cemetery. Good to know.
Just chilling.
That'll be probably not a thing you guys need to worry about, but it's a
I don't
thing.
like the
You
word
never know.
probably used in that sentence.
I mean, they were looking for a Frank and Joe to fill 2 of those holes. Now there's just a third empty hole, so who knows? What are you guys doing now? We got a date not date for Sprig, and we
I
have
wanna,
rest of you
before we go
guys.
anywhere,
Mhm.
I want to look at our packet of papers that
Cool.
maybe got.
You basically have it's basically like a not a waiting list, a an entrance list. It's like who came in, what kind of treatment did they receive, are they there is a check mark, and the phrase that you said before, uh alive, alive, dead, alive again, makes sense because there is a 3 check mark box that one says alive, one says dead, one says alive. And almost everybody on it is checked all 3 times except the bottom one, which was Joe. There is other information in there that is just random, like who dropped in for a visit, and like, so you have a list of names, like you know the names of like everybody there now, which can be helpful in certain situations. You just don't know the face. You have you don't have racial details because obviously if someone works there, they know who they're talking about. So you have like Jeremiah. Whomst the fuck is Jeremiah? But you have the name Jeremiah. Yeah. So basically a list. A list that does pre-set up the fact that people are going to be alive, then die, and then be alive again.
And then as for your question, Vinny, I think the twins are gonna go to the date not date, and I don't know what Maybe's doing yet, but I know Yvette and Sid are gonna go back to the Chancery.
Okay.
But I think we're gonna take a short rest first.
You can say that you've been doing that now. It's fine. A short rest for me is an hour, so you guys can easily. You had to wait 3 hours anyways.
3 hours.
Yeah, so Sid's just gonna like pull off all of her like ridiculously heavy fucking armor and just like face plant on one of the beds for a minute.
Sure. You guys are able to relax, recover health, spell slots as you need. Roll those hit dice. Not a lot goes on while you guys are relaxing. Now we just need to decide who goes first and where does Maybe go? Or do we just lock Maybe in the room?
That's not good. No.
I just wanted to see Melt's face. She's very reactive for a species that is probably not very reactive.
Mel's just very reactive.
Yeah.
We always look at her face first when something happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. About right.
I'm an emotional bitch, okay? What do you want from me?
We love it.
We love you, Mel.
Yeah. Alright. So, where is Maybe going?
Oh, part of me wants maybe to go poke around at the Chancery again, but she already caused enough havoc for one day and would much rather embarrass Sprig on their date. So she's gonna do that. She's just gonna follow Sprig and at some point turn invisible and just hang out and just pay really close attention like a weirdo.
So what I'm hearing is that Bells and Maybe are going on a little platonic date to stalk the other two on their not a date.
We're going on a stalking date, yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
Stakeout buddies.
Well, all of you have to meet up basically at the Chancery anyways, because that's how Sprig is meeting Bara.
On the way, I am gonna keep an eye out for shops that have the ability to purchase drinks at, because that was the plan, was on the walk to look for, because I haven't been here.
That's fair. You guys did do enough adventuring. You guys had to go into the market, and you've had to go to a couple places anyways already. We'll say that with that search, you've been able to find a few places. There is a theater, an open air theater that you literally can't see into unless you pay for tickets. But outside that theater, people sell lots of food because people can still listen in, and even if they can't watch the performance, they can listen and vibe, enjoy the performance. So there is a lot of food and drink on the outside there. You see like kids sitting on the rooftops across the streets watching like the shadow casting. This is what Solara and Vendetta ran into at the end of the last session. There's also just like taverns that are open all the fuck over the place because that's what taverns are for.
Nice. Cool. Good to know.
Yeah. You guys as a unit of some sort. I don't know who's trying to hide or what. If you guys are like spying, but you guys arrive and you're asked the same question. Alive.
You die.
And you live again. And you guys are let in as a unit. Bara and Chiv are talking to each other. Chiv seems to just like take a center stance instead of like both of them at a separate point. And Bara, seeing other people, just like gives a nod and begins heading out towards Sprig. There's still like a good like 10-15 people in here. It has reduced a lot, but there is still a few people. Bara walks up to you, Sprig, and gives like a small smile and a nod and says, did you have a place in mind?
I've just seen a few things. I was gonna ask if you had a preference, but if not, there's a couple of places I've seen along the way that I think would be fun.
In general, just being up above ground and having fresh air sounds nice, so I'm really open to just about anywhere.
Oh, okay. In that case, if we want to stay outdoors with the fresh air, we have the market, there's places, or there's the open theater that looks fun.
Both of those sound enjoyable.
Cool.
You walk out, assuming Bells and maybe following behind at a certain pace. But Sid and Yvette, you guys are in the theater. Adele is up front, just seems to be talking to a couple other people. When she notices you guys is coming in and like looks to Sid specifically, doesn't know what you can do, Yvette, so just like looks to Sid and is like gesturing for y'all to come over.
We do.
All right. You're here for the job. Out of curiosity, how many people are with you? Because like, you look strong, but I want to know you got some backup.
Oh, absolutely. Although I am awfully fucking strong.
I saw you beat up Vendetta. Vendetta's making her way up to the front couple of rows and took her out with like 3 swings. Like, damn. That's not nothing. All right. Asul, you good here? And just like from a shadow, this black dragonborn comes out and says, "Yes, we are. Clear the room, and we will have the conversation." And the rest of the random people begin walking out. They get up, leave. You can hear in the distance that they're not too far away. They go off to the barracks, or maybe just like to bug the cooks and eat the food there. You are left alone with Vasul. Chiv does not move. Adele leaves, and one more person comes in whose name I forgot. Amos. You see a small little kobold with red scales, and has like a crazy contraption of like glasses and like monocles on the top of his head. Seems to have some weirdly designed artificing tools on him. And he comes in and says, "All right, is this who we're? It's these guys. And did they accept yet? No. Yes. Do I give him the?" And you see him just hold up a bag, and it's like, "No. Yeah." And this was like, "We're going to have the talk now. Please take up your position, and we can begin the conversation." And
immediately upon seeing this guy, Yvette just pulls out the notebook and starts like making a sketch of the weird glasses.
you watch Chiv, Vasul, and Amos each go underneath each of the balconies. And you hear Vasul say, Ivory Queen, you are free to speak now. No one here can see your visage. And you do not see a person. You get a shadow. Basically, like someone is purposefully shadow casting, like directly behind. And you can see the shape of what looks like a small body, with some sort of crown. You're not seeing a lot, but you're seeing enough that it looks like either a tiara or a crown on top of this person's head, along with hair. You can see behind, on this curtain, the very light curtain, there also seems to be bars. So through this person, you're also seeing the shadow of bars. And you hear, "Hello, I believe you are the one who won our fight earlier today?"
Indeed, that was me.
You hear a very, I hate to just say like girly, but you hear like that very like youthful girly like laugh, that you hear from like a kid playing ball, and you hear her say, "It's a very good job. Always impressed when someone can take out one of my, well, I was just impressed. So I hear you may be interested in finding some work. How dedicated to a job are you when you take it on?"
I'm a big fan of money, so pretty dedicated usually, if that's the payout. I have to feed my people and make sure everyone's all right, so pretty dedicated.
Personally, I would describe myself as someone very, very focused.
Focus is key. Out of curiosity, what is your penchant? Your abilities?
I specialize in necromancy, but I consider myself an expert on many subjects.
Indeed. We could potentially find other uses for you, but if you're helping our, well, our champion of the Lord of the Dead, I think that would be a good first step.
Always happy to help however we can.
Yes, Sid?
I was just champion of the Lord of the Dead was an interesting sentence.
Yes, well, that is technically what you are. Maybe not a champion. Maybe not champion in like the Yasha sense, but more just like
Okay.
you work under, you are a paladin of.
Yeah. Gotcha. No, I completely misread that situation. I'm caught up now. Gotcha.
yeah. It's not like you are the avatar of Kelemvor. No.
I was like, I'm level 7.
She says, "How would 400 gold for each in your party right now? 400 more when the job is completed, plus a couple fun items as well. And all you have to do is go on a short trip, and it stays on the island too."
Are there any other things that we should know about? Any dangers of any kind?
The person that you're delivering to, while not short-tempered, can be harsh, and you should be wary of her. And there might be dangers along the way, but the toll roads I keep most others away.
Well, I would be interested. Yvette?
If there's some interesting items in it for me, then I suppose that might be worth it.
Just a simple package delivery.
I'm hoping. Vasul steps forward and brings out a backpack and says, "Do you guys know what a haversack is?"
I do indeed. Is this a magical one?
Yes, it is. Inside, and Sewell opens it up and brings out like a 2 foot by 2 foot, uh, down to about 4 foot crate, and just lifts it up, and like it looks like he's struggling to hold it, and then he just like drops it back in. I need that box specifically delivered to the top of the 7 Guardians.
All right. Do we have a time frame?
Sooner the better. I think the date of importance may have already passed, but sooner the better. And inside, you watch from one pocket, we'll say left-hand pocket, pulls out 2 envelopes and says, there are 2 letters. One of them you are to read out to the person that you deliver it to. The other one, once that person walks away, I want you to read, and you may decide if you would like a bonus. And the 2 envelopes are put back.
Which is
The-
which?
They are marked in common, which I'm hoping most, if not all of you, are able to read.
Yes.
You can also see attached to the hood, and the soul lifts up the hood, and you see a small stone that is embedded into the flap. There is a speaking stone attached to it. I have the other one. That is just so I can listen in on the journey and make sure nothing happens to the goods that I'm sending with you. Not that I don't trust you, but you aren't under my territory yet. So, I just want to keep the package safe, and if you decide you don't want to continue working for me, that is fine.
What is the reasoning, if I hope it's not rude to ask, but what is the reasoning why you are contracting strangers rather than some of your own employees you already have?
Because there's some things I don't need anyone knowing. Especially people who stick around for a long time. And I'm assuming you guys won't be here as long as the many employees I already have.
That's fair.
Possible.
If that changes, it's fine. But then we will just have to renegotiate what knowledge you get, so that may also be in your favor.
Well, would we get to see the items before we accept, or is that something that we'd have to negotiate afterward?
You would keep the haversack. There is one other item in the other pocket, which, no, you will not be able to know until the mission is done. You will also be given the other speaking stone that I hold when you come back, intact, with the packet, with the backpack and other speaking stone, and with, hopefully, both missions accomplished.
All right. Well, I, for one, am inclined to accept. Yvette?
Sure. Sounds all right to me.
Mel's not happy.
I know, Jesus.
All right. I suppose we accept then.
Good. Now, a fair warning. I don't sleep much, and I will be keeping this speaking stone with me at all times, so I'd be wary of what you're saying and what you're doing. Just a warning. But seeing you guys work was very interesting, and I'm very interested in seeing if you can accomplish what I'm hoping you can.
Sounds like a
Jesus,
challenge.
what face is that?
It is a face of judgment, sir.
That's fine. A pox upon your house, good sir. Anyways. Not epox. What the fuck is epox? Epoxy upon your house.
That would
That's a
fuck
good
up someone's
curse.
shit.
Yeah. Yes, it would.
All right. So we get to see the haversack now.
So we'll lift it up in the air, and it just floats towards you.
I'll grab it. Look in the other pocket.
Which one?
What he said, or they said that there was something in the other pocket that we didn't know about, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that one.
Well, first item is what looks like a telescope, as far as you can tell. And as you pull it out, you hear, "I was hoping you would wait until after you read both letters to go into that pocket."
You tell us that there's something in a pocket in something that you give us, and you expect us to not look at it?
I would hope there's some degree of self-control when you take on a client, but if
You
that's an
didn't say
issue,
not to.
I actually fairly certain I did.
You didn't say the exact words.
She did.
Actually. Not exactly. Not quite.
Yvette, I
You said
don't
that
think it's a
you
good
want-
time to negotiate
you want-
semantics.
Semantics are the most important thing to me. You said
Yes,
that you wouldn't know what it was until after the thing was over. You didn't say not to look.
Rewording to make it
I
simpler.
understand my contracts. I will not have an argument here.
After both letters are read, that pocket should be opened. Until then, please leave it shut.
All right.
right. So I'm just
And now
gonna
we will leave
go
it
ahead
at
and put that back in there. So I saw nothing.
Right then. Well, so pay them. Are you okay with platinum?
That would be lovely.
Right. How many are in your party?
5.
5? Right. You are given, let's see, 400, 2,000, 200 platinum.
I'm sorry, what? How
Four-
much?
400 per person in your party,
Oh.
which is
It's a
2,000
lot.
gold.
Ooh.
2,000 gold, so 200 platinum.
Nice.
All right.
And the same for you when you come back.
Oh, we get
Alright.
more.
Yes,
That's
this
a-
Yeah,
was
we get twice that.
Double.
this was you to go and do.
All right. Well,
Well, thank you. It was a pleasure doing business with you. We will see to it.
I'm honestly excited to see what happens.
For research curiosity, what is the range on the speaking stones that you gave us?
What's the range on your ear?
Oh, I don't know in feet off the top of my head. Is it the same? Like my ears specifically?
Potentially. Or maybe it's just whoever is listening on the other end in a very quiet room.
To go both ways? Can we hear everything you're saying?
You hear through the speaking stone. Yes, it does.
Excellent. Well, good to know.
oh, maybe he's gonna have a field day with that.
We're just gonna give it to
Just
you.
takes up the spending stone. A bitch.
A bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch.
We're all bitches here. Just leave maybe with the sending stone when you guys want to converse, and there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, did you have any other information for us?
No. The when you get up to the Seven Guardians, there's really only one building up there. When you find it, just find the person in charge. She should be able to help you.
Do you have a map for us or anything like that?
I believe there is a cartographer somewhere in the market.
Excellent.
I wouldn't know, I haven't been out in a while, but I hear cartographers are useful.
Makes sense. You're trying to go somewhere.
Indeed. All right, well, we do not wish to overstay our welcome, so thank you for your audience.
Thank you for taking the job.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Good luck, stay safe, and remember, I will be listening.
I don't think I could possibly forget, and then I... and then I will grab Yvette by, like, the forearm and kind of, like, all right, let's get the fuck out of here.
Drag them out. They just keep, like, looking at everyone in here.
It's just the three people, besides you two, it's just the three people standing there. It's the Artificer Kobold, it is Vasul, it is Adele.
Oh, before I get dragged out, I want to walk up to the Artificer and ask, did you invent the glasses contraption that you have? Did you get it from someone else?
I made it. It took a little while, but it's very helpful with small details.
Interesting. What is it made out of? Is there any magical property to it? Or is it purely mechanical? Exactly how did you make it? How
it's a
much
little
time
of
did it
both.
take? Where did you get the idea? Did anyone else help you in doing it? Or is it completely by
Oh
yourself?
my god.
Are there any schematics for it? And if there are, can I have them?
This is exactly the moment that I pull them away.
As you're getting pulled away, you're hearing mainly mechanical, but a little bit of magic. It cost me about 7,000 gold to make. I did make them myself. You cannot have the schematics; they are mine. But if you ever want to hire me to make them, I can make them for about 3,000 now. After I've done all of the small details about it. Nice to meet you. And just like.
Delightful. Absolutely delightful.
As you two walk out with that, Sprig, you get a weird sensation that there's just some nefarious people following you, in the form of bells and maybe. So where would you like to go with Bara?
I think it will be easier to talk in the market.
For sure, for sure. As you would assume from a normal market, there are still food stands out. There are some people who stay a little later. A lot do close shop, so it isn't as busy, but it is busier than, say, like just an empty part of town. There are still people here. There are still enough shops open with late night food. You can see like a dragonborn who like cooks the meat in front and then just like hands out kebabs. Like it's still busy.
Beautiful. Yeah, and I figure it'll be easier to talk when we aren't focused on watching a show at the theater. So we're kind of they're outdoors, so that the two Laura said she liked fresh air. It seems like a good choice. Anyway.
That's a good choice.
To the market. So upon the realization that this is in fact a date, she's gonna be slightly more awkward than she otherwise would have, but we're gonna go with it.
That is 100% fair.
Yeah. So, where do you come from?
Oop. Sorry, I just saw a finger coming towards the screen and I was very concerned for a moment. I don't know why. It's not like Minta can reach out and poke my eyes, but I was really worried for some reason.
Are you sure about
Are you
that?
sure they
Maybe I
can't?
If anybody could, it would probably be Minta.
Yeah.
She tells you, I come from one of the continents a little southeast from here. A few of us escaped during an Elven Orc war, and we were just some of the kids that were able to get out, and we found our way here. I stayed mainly over in one of the wow, I forget the names of some of the places I have on here. That's stupid Vinny. True. Milfos, one of the small towns in front of the Seven Guardians. I am unfocused.
Okay.
I'm trying to make myself focus again. Jesus. There we go. Good boy. Yeah. How about you? Are you by yourself? You grow up with any siblings?
Yes, actually, my twin sister's somewhere in town. Um,
You just see baby and Bells in like trench coats and the hats with like big old newspapers like checking over them.
They're both just using a minor illusion to
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
just like pointedly ignoring them. Like, my
Just
twin
very
sister-
obviously staring.
somewhere in town. And some of the rest of my adventuring party has been around the town we grew up in. I don't know your world well enough to know where that
It's
where
fine.
that town is placed,
You're fine.
but somewhere.
You're fine.
So I do have family, and some of them are here. But most of them are back home.
Do you have any I saw well, it looked like one of your friends who was the one put up the fight, but do you have any specific talents?
Yes, I tell stories and inspire people, and sometimes I sing songs, although I'm hard pressed for that. It's not my favorite form of entertainment. Usually I lean towards the poetry and story side of things.
What kind of stories? She looks like intensely focused when you mention stories.
All sorts. I gather them from all over the place. Stories about the stars have stories. Stories about old heroes. Beautiful poetry about war and peace and life. There's some plays that can be translated into the spoken word without actors fairly easily. Um, that sort of thing. And then there's of course like the like stories that are told to music that are not specifically sung, which are also very fun, and those are like often told at festivals and such. Lots of them.
She like sighs and is like, that sounds like a beautiful life. I we have a very particular talent and we are very good at it, but unfortunately I envy your ability, your option to create more than destroy. Although from what it looks like with your party, I'm sure you have to do a fair bit of destroying at some point anyways.
Sometimes, yeah. And I'll admit the stories in and of themselves are not, but when I tell them, they seem to be magical. And so that can have its own repercussions, aside from just telling them.
That's true.
What do you do other than bodyguarding, of course, but there had to be something that got you into bodyguarding.
Um, being, do you know what Devati are?
Yes. Actually, I read about them. I don't think I've met any before you, although somebody did let me know that that's what you and Chiv are.
Yes, and you watch like a sense of relief wash over, just being like, "Yay, I don't have to explain." And it's like, yeah, in most places, it's not a thing anyone worries about. I just look like a twin, and that's usually fine. But other people, depending on the situation, think we are heroes or harbingers of doom because one soul, two bodies, just too strong. And you know, some people in a form of magic, I understand why that concerns people, but we're just physically adept, and while I don't mind that, it's kind of put us in a really narrow path when people were scared of us becoming more in almost any other direction. We improved where we were allowed to, and when we found safety and security, I stayed there, and she kind of goes quiet, and it's like, and it's a good basis, I would say, for what we've been through.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize how sensitive a question that was.
Everything's sensitive when you don't get to talk a lot. We don't do much more than watch, so it's nice to have a moment. I do enjoy your stories too, so please, you're welcome to keep talking. I don't mean to hog the spotlight, so it were.
No. I love to talk, but I also love to listen. You can't learn stories without hearing them, of course.
She laughs. It's like, it is 100% true. I could tell you about some really disgusting fights. That's about all the stories I unfortunately have seen.
I mean, old heroes have plenty of them. I'm sure that they would be fascinating to listen to.
I'm sure they don't take place in a basement, for the most part.
Some happen in arenas, and I would call that basement something of an arena.
I'm sure it's something along those lines.
Alright. Different topic. What's your favorite color?
If I said green, would that feel egotistical, or...
No?
Well, it's green, and not this shade. She like gestures to her skin. Like fresh, like very fresh flowers. That really light green. That's kind of a pale white.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Some people hate mint, but perfect. I timed it perfectly. Yes.
I think you almost killed Ariel.
It was just too. It was just too good.
That was funny.
Look, I didn't think that.
That was so close to coming out of my nose, Vincent. Damn it!
That was. I didn't know if I was gonna get the timing right, but it was so close.
I was feeling that something like that was coming. I was like, I would call that color mint.
You know what? Everyone's a little more awake now.
Right?
That was brilliant.
That was really good.
She did.
Are you alive?
I'm literally in like my eyes teared up. Well done. That was so good.
I think we just need to end
Thank
the
you.
session there. Like, there's no
Nah.
peeking.
I will let the rest.
Yeah, we'll see y'all
we-
next time.
We will let the date finish. If other people don't want to be here for it, that's fine.
Oh,
Or-
we can let
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
No,
It's
I'm loving
going
this.
very well.
Yeah, it's going surprisingly well.
Well, I mean, the Devati never get to talk because their only job is bodyguarding. They're with someone who likes to talk and share stories. It's actually a really good pair. Yeah, she says.
I
Like
literally, while you guys were having your interview, I wrote down a list of questions I could ask.
She asks in return what yours is as well.
I like lots of colors. Though I think my favorite would be a certain shade of orangish red. It's my sister's hair color. Not the one that's here, to be clear. I have an older brother and a younger sister and a twin sister. The younger one is quite a troublemaker in and of herself. And her hair is very lovely, like it's just bright orangey red. It's nice.
Ginger?
Auburn, a burnt
Yes.
umber, if you will.
Yours has changed to a lovely shade of auburn. No, I was thinking like carrot top, but yeah.
Nice.
Ginger.
She asks, "Do you think it's your favorite color because it's your sister, or do you think is she your favorite sister because of her hair color?"
No, honestly, my favorite sibling is my older brother. His hair is brown, so it can't be that. I think it's just really pretty. And then she's gonna kind of fade off for a second. She's gonna be like, it's kind of the color of fire, but well, we're gonna move on.
How about favorite animal if we're going to be asking 20 questions?
Oh, that is a good question. Let's see.
If you don't say ravens, maybe you will be offended.
Also, you still have that little statue figurine raven, by the way. Just making sure you remember that.
Well, that's that.
Maybe.
Okay, good. I was like, I did not write that down if that was mine. So
No.
There's so many options to choose from is the problem. She's gonna like furtively glance and at the direction that she's completely avoiding.
You just see
then-
maybe over her newspaper, like,
um you know,
I didn't know maybe went to the Cobalt Soul.
I've 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 always felt a certain kinship with mice. They're small, and they can get into the same sizes of places that we can. Birds are lovely as well, but they're slightly more intimidating because they can kill me much easier.
That is fair. Like, it seems like for the first time she realizes the size difference between you two that she's been ignoring, like just hasn't even been thinking about this entire time.
She's huge.
And assuming that you like are floating like next to her as you talk, and she's like,
Absolutely.
"Oh, she's like, yeah, I guess I could see that." Well, well, I was gonna recommend we could go see my favorite animal because they're actually pretty small, but they're bigger. What size birds are you afraid of? Just
What's your favorite animal?
it's called an almirage. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's basically like a small rabbit with a unicorn horn.
That
did we
sounds
see this
so
at the
cool.
zoo?
You did?
That
Maybe
sounds
since
so
like popping like
You are
please
too
don't be
far
fucking
away.
zoo.
Are you guys close enough to hear? Because if that
Maybe some
is
noisy hoe.
okay, Bells, how close are you? We'll get back to that later. Okay, so
go
you're
ahead.
within you're within listening distance.
Mm-hmm.
What's your passive stealth?
What the hell? How does one calculate passive stealth?
10 plus your stealth.
15.
Okay. Good for me to know. Okay, so just to make this weirder, Sprig, your friend is like less than 10 feet behind you, listening to this
This
conversation.
eager little bird child trying to look so inconspicuous.
Just an
The
FYI.
newspaper just like trotting behind you.
But yeah, she explains what an almirage is.
Interestingly, my passive perception is lower than her passive stealth.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay. So you may actually be concerned because you don't see her.
Yeah. I'm like, what trouble are they getting into now?
I turn invisible.
Fair enough. I mean, you could have done it the whole time, anyways.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it now.
Okay. But yeah.
You're in. Okay, to be clear, you're in the marketplace. You have minor illusion, a trench coat, a newspaper, and a fedora on your head. You've been peeking over the newspaper this whole time, and you suddenly disappear into nothingness.
Yep.
I mean, why not?
That's
Um,
maybe in a
Very
nutshell.
inconspicuous.
Definitely much less conspicuous now.
Oh, yeah.
You're just, I mean, the conspicuous part is that you were there and now you're gone.
I know.
But yeah, you guys are able to grab drinks and talk more, and depending on what recommendations you have, she will also recommend maybe going to the zoo and checking out some of these animals.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So you guys are able to have a good time, and obviously at some point you want to ask more specific questions.
Yes.
So at what point would you want to do that? And basically she'll be as vulnerable as being a few drinks in, so the conversations will be in your favor.
Okay. So some of the more... Ooh, okay. I guess the most important question that I would wait for a little bit later in the night to ask is, so, I don't mean to pry, but I did notice, and I'm terribly curious. And if you can't tell me, you don't have to. But does the white scale prevent you from talking about the Ivory Queen, or does it do something else?
You mention it, and like she's like not even like really thinking about it, and like smiling, and then like you mention it, and like a hand immediately goes to it to like remember that it's there.
Shoot.
And she like looks at it and it's like, it's, I don't know if it's a scale. It doesn't prevent us from doing anything. And she like turns it towards you, and you actually see that this little white scale, um, and you remember the descriptions given before, by Vendetta, and briefly what Sprig saw, what Bell saw through Ziggy, and while Frank was being brought back to life, is that the person who was doing the bringing back to life was wearing one large dragon scale as a mask with holes cut into it for like the eyes and the mouth. This looks like a singular dragon scale that also has identical eyes and a mouth cut out from it. And she says, I honestly don't know what this does, but when I remember it, I just watch what I say. I don't think this is from her. I just don't know who it is that keeps bringing people back.
Oh. Oh, okay. So, I presume you're here because you died and were brought back then. Yeah?
Um, I'm. I wasn't. Um, I wasn't. I wasn't. Chiv was. Chiv was killed, and then I was dying because Chiv was killed.
Right.
And when Chiv was brought back, I was restored. So I'm in a very weird spot that I'm both on the payroll and not at the same time in that situation.
Right.
I don't have, and you see, she doesn't actually have the brass marking.
I see.
She does have the scale, but whoever brought Chiv back also left two of these, and everyone who is brought back wears these. I don't know that they're specifically from the Ivory Queen.
Okay. But they are from the person who brought you back.
I think so. She like looks down at it and like looks at the face, and she just like starts looking at it a little too long, and then just like puts it back. It's like, yeah, yeah.
Sorry. Fatal curiosity.
It's fine. I'm having a good night, and I'm okay with talking about it. It just, and like her eyes just like look back at it, and she's like, I just want to like, and she just moves her arm away so it's not like in her eyesight anymore. So like, I just don't want to look at it. But if you're welcome to ask. I don't get to talk much, so if you want, if there's something you want to talk about related to that, it's fine. I can only tell you what I know, which is, unfortunately, I'm not at that point where it's a lot.
Okay. That's okay. Really, I've just like I said, fatal curiosity. It's part of why I know spells that can do things other than create, and stories that can create things is because create and destroy because uh when you want to learn about stories, sometimes you get into trouble.
I believe that. I've seen it a few times actually. That doesn't surprise me too much. We've had people too young or people too old come in and try to fight for their rights in the hearing, and I understand it, but also there's a point where you just aren't up to the snuff to fight for yourself.
Right. And then you die.
And then you live. You hear her just like mumble lowly.
And you live.
Uh,
Do you feel safe, Bara?
I feel safe with the Ivory Queen. I don't know if I feel safe in the Chancery. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Well, if you need help, I have a very capable group of people.
What a bunch of a-holes. then, and then the Guardians of the Galaxy music starts playing. Anyways.
I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing. Okay.
Out of curiosity, Bells and maybe what chaos are you causing at all during this date? If you are, I'm just gonna give you
maybe
an
gets
opportunity.
very distracted by the zoo.
Fair enough.
So distracted. Can't hear you. What'd you do with your headphones, boo-boo?
All right. You maybe actually went there before, so you see on Onolv again, the owner of Zabella Zoo. He lets you in, shows you around. You can see the Kotal. You see the Loch Ness monster equivalent that is there.
Wait, Kotal?
Yeah.
Like the dragony kind of thing?
The rainbow-winged serpent.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
How large are those?
Pretty big.
Could maybe ride on its back.
Yes. This one kind of like gets in your head and tries to have conversations with you mentally, which is probably really weird because I don't know if maybe
Head
can.
empty, no. Well, so actually, that's a very good question. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
I've said
That's
so
a very good.
got missed. Oop.
Sorry. That's actually a very good question because it just, from what I remember, it just says that they.
Of course, Mel freezes now.
Okay. All right.
I was busy helping Grandma, and I chimed in a couple of times with thoughts that I was having, or rather, bells. And I'm so upset that they got missed.
Mel, try again.
Hello.
There
There
we
we
go.
go.
Okay. So I'm saying my theory is it could probably actually carry a conversation with her because she no longer has to try to repurpose the information in her brain into stuff that she's heard before.
Mhm.
Because
That's
it's
what I'm
all in
saying.
her head.
That's what I'm saying. Is I
That's
don't know.
exciting.
Yeah. So this Kotal, who also Bliss talked to as well, which is the funny part.
Oh my
You.
God. How did I
you.
forget this?
I could tell you because I had to re-watch everything. You went into the place, you saw Blink Dogs. From the Blink Dogs, you got pissed at Zabe, ran off, both went into the Loch Ness Monster tank, got out of it, went over to the Kotal, got distracted, then met Griff the Griffin, and then you spent time at the El Mirage cage and played with all the little bunny unicorns.
How do I not remember any of this?
I had to reread all this shit to fucking prep for these one-shots. It was fun. No, it was adorable rereading all that.
Oh man.
But yeah, there are plenty of
Okay.
animals to be very distracted by. I'm sure.
Anyway, so where are we then? We're at a zoo?
In a zoo.
Love
Well,
Maybe it's distracted by a kotal.
Well, that depends
Like
where
to
you
talk to
want to be. Yeah. Maybe is fully distracted by this creature that can
Mhm.
actually hear Maybe's true voice, basically, which no one else ever fucking
On the
has.
inside, maybe sounds.
Super deep voice.
just sounds like wait, who's that?
Ryan
actor?
Reynolds. Just Ryan Reynolds.
She sounds like Sir Ian McKellen on the inside.
That's fantastic.
No, I'm sorry, Sir Patrick Stewart. That's whose voice I was thinking of.
Better.
That's terrifying.
Bells. While Maybe is playing with the Codal, what are you doing and when are you bugging Sprig? Because Sprig currently went through the market, grabbed some drinks and some food, went and saw some of a show, went to the zoo, walked around a water fountain, went and sat somewhere and had a drink and something to eat. So, are you causing any chaos or are you just listening and watching?
They caused minor chaos that y'all missed me saying earlier. That when they were asked about their favorite animal, Bells used their familiar and flew it around their head to mess with them.
Oh, yeah, nope, we definitely missed that one.
Also would have pointedly ignored that.
That owl got really close. Yeah, that happens. Anyways,
How weird. Moving on immediately.
How unusual.
Yeah, that was weird.
Bells is at this point now trying to keep both Maybe and Sprig in sight. They're going to be good.
Well, that's gonna be
At
hard
least
because
attempt.
I don't think Maybe leaves the zoo from what Maybe was saying, and
Oh yeah, no.
Sprig
okay.
and
Oh,
Bar
they've left the
definitely
zoo
do.
already? I didn't understand that
I
part.
mean, eventually we're doing a time skip of hey, this has been a few hours.
Maybe gives up on the heist and is like, best friend, new best friend.
God, Sid's gonna be so upset.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you leave Baby behind, there will be people mad.
Okay,
You'll just find her snuggled up with the Kotal.
I will smite you.
Just never leaving this place ever. It's fine.
Solara
Alright.
who?
So the question is, do I stay with Maybe or do I follow Sprig? That's a good question. I'm gonna stay with Maybe.
Okay.
The
There
zoo
are
sounds like so much fun.
It is. I can message you both all the animals, and you can tell me later on what hijinks you get up to with the animals. But you are welcome to spend the time. The older elven druid who creates this lets you guys stay. Tells some stories about his wife, who there is a statue of. Explains why the zoo is set up. You see. You see some other visitors. You see a visitor that you've met before. You see Ta come in, shake hands with Ulnov and Leah. You see Ta's family come visit.
Oh! I see Ta come up, and I go up to him, and I point at him, and I go, a bitch.
He's smoking a pipe, and he just
Bells is gonna be like, Maybe! Because Bells doesn't know these people.
That's true. You just saw him at a distance. Actually, you made his stuff smell like skunk, so you saw him for a moment.
Oh, it's this person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
Oh, I forgot names.
Ta,
Whoops.
it's fine. Anyways, Sprig, how do you want to end the date, and do you have any more questions?
I have many more questions.
Sure. What questions do you want to ask?
To be clear, I could keep this going forever if you want.
I mean, I could too, but we can also make it if you have questions, you can just plain ask them, and I will basically answer them as I know what she would give. But I also stay up till 2 a.m., so I have another hour and a half in me that I could keep role playing. But I don't think we should go for 6 hours.
I mean,
I'll do it.
Yeah, I will go as long as you want to. This is not my first D&D date. I don't know if you have noticed.
This is.
it went so well. I was so happy watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
have
yeah.
many more questions. ask.
But go ahead and ask. That way we at least have it on the video, because if it's lore important or plot important, at least they're out there. And then we can figure out how you have the date end. But yeah, what questions you got?
How old are you?
Time is weird. 26 maybe? That would require knowing when I was born, so it's a rough estimate.
I see, yes.
Oh, also, when I meant questions, I meant stuff that's specifically related to your mission. You can keep asking, like, 20
I
questions
mean,
questions. That's okay and
I have-
adorable, but...
I just, the problem is, some of them don't necessarily seem relevant, but might be.
Do it up. Down.
What is your favorite and least favorite part of working at the Chancery?
Honestly, my favorites are when it's so slow I can just daydream. When I don't have to think about what's going on there. And then, as weird as that sounds, daydreaming with two minds is weird, because I can tell you what's going on with Chiv right now, and Chiv probably knows what's going on with me. So it's really odd having one of us daydream and the other one be present. Or one of us is asleep and the other one's awake. It's very weird. I think the moments where me and Chiv don't have the same consciousness going is my favorite, because it leaves weird gaps in time and mental state, and in those moments I feel like there's more out there.
That's super neat.
My least favorite is watching people die a lot. Like, a lot. Your friend is very lucky neither of them died today.
Sprig thinking about Vendetta and the strenuous relationship. Strenuous, but like solid-ish, like solid in a way that she's pretty sure they wouldn't have died relationship, and just like slowly nods. Like, yep, she is very lucky. Okay. Sorry, like I said, I have a whole list.
Do it up, it's fine.
Well, if you want me to do them all.
I know, I said do it up, so like go ahead and pick what ones you think make sense or help.
Okay. Shoot, hold on.
You're fine.
Oh. I did forget to ask this earlier when I meant. Hold on. Now I have to make sure I remember it long enough to actually ask the question. Oh, do you have, other than bodyguarding, is there any specific things that you do, in the Chancery, or is it just bodyguarding? Because you seem like a very powerful person who could be doing more than just sitting in the basement all day.
Sometimes we bring the Ivory Queen for meals. It was just a real long pause where she's just like, we really don't do much beyond the bodyguarding. We get paid very, very well for very little work, and as boring as it is, it's a very nice nest egg.
Do you think you'll ever be able to get out of it? Because most people that I've heard of, again, stories, not always factual, have a life debt, so they can't get out.
Yeah, that's a question that I've found us having a difficult time asking. I don't know if both of me can get out, or if just I can get out, or even if just I can get out. I don't know. I haven't tried for fear of something much worse potentially happening.
I see. Yes. I understand how that would be concerning. If the opportunity came to leave, would you take it?
If both of me could.
But not if you were to leave what is essentially your other half behind.
I don't think that would be fair to that body. And I also, if something happens to one of us, it will slowly happen to the other one too. So if Jiv is in the middle of dying and I'm 20 leagues away, I'm dropping dead in the middle of a pool while drinking a martini, and there's no reason.
Right. But if both of you could get out,
I would get out of the Chancery. I don't, again, the Ivory Queen hasn't wronged me, or even my sister, really.
okay. Thanks.
Do you prefer the beginning of a book or the end?
Oh. Honestly, they both have their merits. Here's the thing.
I love the look that both Mel and Ariel just got, like, huh.
Aaron and I both went.
What's happening here?
It's a date,
Really
you
good
ask?
first date question. No, that's
That's
oh
a
my
really,
God,
really
that's
interesting question, though.
I'm absolutely shipping these two now. I hope you know that.
Yeah. Yeah. But also, like,
that's an
where does this
interesting
question come from?
A really
That's what
empty
I wanna
part
know.
of Vinny's head. A really empty part of it.
That's a good question, Winnie.
It's a fucking good question.
That's like asking, would you rather have a nat 1 on an important roll or a nat 20 on a stupid roll?
Nat 20 on a stupid roll.
Anyway,
Really? That one's an important
We'll
roll,
talk
so
about this
funny
later.
as fuck. Yeah, anyways.
So they both have their merits, right? Because the beginning of the story is what starts you on the adventure, and if it's not done well, then nobody's going to keep reading it or listening, depending on the medium, of course. But the ending of the story is what ties all the ends together. Without the ending, you don't have a real story. You just have a progression of events. Also, beginnings and endings are kind of false things in and of themselves, because you can never truly start or end a story unless you started at birth and ended at death, and even then, there's some trickiness there, depending on how afterlife works and stuff like that. So, ideally, for a proper story to be made, you need both, because it ties both ends of what creates a story together. Does that make sense? That felt like a long rant for nothing.
Roll an insight check.
The fact that you asked the writer this question is just fantastic. Like, out of character, Corinne, major writer.
Yeah, I write a lot. I also read a lot. I've been reading since I was 3 years old, so this was a
I fucking feel you, man.
18.
18. She's just kind of like staring at you with like the way you watch, like you just like watch a dog like play with a toy, with just like, this is really cute. I like that. And that's just the what she's like she's like the last like a minute and a half of your rant. That was the stare. And then like you stop ranting and like ask her like, do you understand? And like she woke up and she's like, yeah,
I mean,
there wasn't really a right answer. I was just curious, but that was a great explanation.
It's a really good reason that I asked such a good thing I asked such an innocent question. It wasn't like, I've never killed anybody, have you? Because
I ship this so hard.
was
Sprig
super
is
cool.
on a date. Sprig is on a date.
Love
tonight.
So-
Damn it.
Oh, I had a question. What was it? Darn it. It was again not related. It was like one of those. She asked me, well, "Do you like the beginning or the ending of stories better?" And I was gonna fire something back to the similar tone. So
If you think it up, go for it.
it was gonna. Oh shoot. I think it was gonna be like. Do you have a favorite tale or a favorite activity or etc.? Writing stories and storytelling is kind of my passion. So
I like stargazing, astronomy. I don't go too deep into it, but I enjoy our zodiacs. I like our creatures in the sky.
they are fascinating, aren't they? You look up and you see a whole world completely different from your own, with its own people and its own characters that we've arbitrarily assigned names to. But maybe not arbitrarily, because they all have stories. They all are. Here's the thing. Stories make us human. That's why I like them. And the fact that we've given them to the stars, too, means that there's something about them that we connect to. I think that's really cool. And I think it's cool that you like stars. And you should show me your favorites.
Well, we have the panther and the wolf, which I just love it because it looks like they're always facing off against each other. Since the panther's heart recently fell a couple decades ago, you can't see it anymore. I wish I could have seen it when it actually had the heart intact. We have the hunter, we have the harp, the devil and angel crowns. There's so many, and like she looks up and gets really distracted by the stars for a little while. But we're going to say your date ends well. It can end however you want it to.
Honestly,
So goddamn
On-
cute.
stargazing, and then walking back to the Chancery with her, great end to any date.
Cool.
La 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 la, my
My oh my.
Kiss the girl.
Listen, you bet your sweet Bippy that if Maybe was there and not distracted by a cultural, she would definitely be in the background being like
That exact song.
La, 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 my oh my, looks like the girl too shy, wanna kiss the
Kiss
girl.
the girl.
Yeah, with the wow wow.
We'll make it a duet, maybe.
Heck yes.
Mel, I would like a version of you singing every single part of that, like when Cher did all of West Side Story on my desk by Monday.
That'd be great for
No.
some TikToks. Just Mel singing it.
Just like the freaking acapella like shit. The
That'd be so-
Imagine if I had to like cosplay every fucking NPC I ever made. Jesus fuck. 300 NPCs later. Anyways, cool.
I would love to see you cosplay Vendetta.
I could do it. The only one I feel confident doing would be Zabe, because Zabo is like, I know this look. I get that. But date ends well. To skip the really weird conversation, I'm gonna just say that Bara tells you, she's like, I've never gone on a date before, and neither has my other half. So, I have an interest in kissing you, but I need to talk to my other half and see if that's okay. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
If you're interested.
She literally looks frozen because she has never thought about this before.
You freeze, and she's like, if not, that's okay. I would have needed to talk about it with my other half because I'm sure Chiv is very confused to what I'm feeling, and yeah, so.
No. I don't. I just, it's not. I've never thought. Like, I know I'm the one who technically asked you out, but my friends are the ones who had to technically tell me that it was a date in the first place anyway. And it's been really fun. I've just never thought about it.
That is fair. Again,
We love the honesty.
I still need to have a conversation with the other half about a lot of things. This is weird, but yeah. Next time you come by, just let me know. Tell me your comfort level with things, and also if you just wanted to keep hanging out as friends, that's fine too. I didn't mean to call it a date. I just thought that's what it was, but that's fine.
I accepted it as one. I accepted it as one. It was fine. It was fine. I just have to think about it.
That's fair. I'm gonna go in now, and we can talk about this next time I see you.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you for a fun night. And she just turns around and walks inside.
Sprig turns around, and she's like, literally, she's gonna be like, I really, really hope I didn't hurt her feelings. And she's going to, maybe, and Bells aren't there, but if she sees any of her other party members on the way back to the hotel, she's also going to ignore them, and she's just gonna scream in her pillow.
Oh, honey Sprig, all right.
Something wrong with her?
I don't know. Are you okay? Afraid to go back to the inn now.
We should buy some weird fruit with all this platinum.
No.
Each piece of platinum is one piece of fruit, so like it's really not that much.
Buy the whole fruit stand.
Or we could go to the graveyard and get some sleep.
Hide.
You guys get back to the graveyard, and you have to kill Frank and Joe. So that's.
I would just like to point out, did Sid not notice that maybe and Bells weren't there?
I think Sid. I thought you were saying Sprig for a second. Never mind. Proceed.
Oh, that is a good point.
Yeah, she would have. Well, we probably would have like passed Sprig, and then like after that, been like, wait, like the mob sense. Like it's been quiet for like 10 seconds too long.
We will say unless there's any more shenanigans, Bells, and
More
maybe
like
one.
3 seconds. It's too long.
If there's any shenanigans, Bells, and maybe want to get up to, we can also just say everyone ends back up at the tavern, the Fairweather Tavern, or you two end up back after you murder your 2 favorite skeletons. You can go ahead and go to sleep there too.
Why does that give me such? Go ahead.
I might just do a quick locate creature to find one of them. I have that prepared, and just find them and just drag them back to the inn, shove them in, and then go back to the graveyard. Kill Frank and Joe.
Fucking works.
Okay, but why does like having to fight off the skeletons give off stuff? She's like, hold on, babe, I gotta fight these ninjas vibes.
I will
really
say,
does.
the second that maybe gets back to the tavern and sees Sprig, she is glued to the hip and will not leave Sprig alone, and is just like poking her, like waiting for her to give the rest of the deets. Like, come on, fam, come on. What happened? What happened?
Oh, she is shut down for the night. She's done.
Mood.
Ariel, we know you're too
Been
gay to
there.
function. We understand.
We'll end it there. Next session, we will pick up with you guys going on one of the 2 missions I originally assigned.
Yeah, I done.
Hey, look at us go. We got
We're
there.
gonna actually do the thing we were supposed to do. Yay!
Next-
Get to the point where
Hey,
we start.
honestly, props to Vinny for like repurposing that in a way that went with how we ended up going.
God. So next session is technically what session 1 should have been.
Doodles.
It's session 3.
Still have 8 sessions to go.
1, 2. Actually, quick thing. Yvette and Sid, when you guys first walk out of the building, you are met by Orton, the large turtle, who just says, "What time are you guys leaving?"
In the probably at dawn.
All right, I'm hitching a ride with you guys because apparently I gotta go back to the tolls, the roads. I have a ride for us. So you let me know when you're ready to go.
Where should we meet you?
In front of the fuzzy dragon. We just gotta yell at the old man until he takes us.
Oh, we're going with him.
Oh,
A bitch.
Apparently,
maybe you're not there.
I know,
Apparent-
but I had to. But I had to.
apparently he owes the Ivory Queen some favors, so this is going to be cashing in one. Isn't that right? And you hear a voice come from the speaking stone. Yes, it is. Good luck and have fun, and sleep well.
Great.
That's only a little unsettling.
Well, I will certainly not be sleeping now.
Oh, where are we gonna put
Oh.
the stone? Leave
I was-
the stone outside.
I was just
You
gonna
give
say,
it to Maybe so that Maybe can just talk shit to it while the rest of us conspire.
but in terms of like having it somewhere, Sid would rather know where it is. And also, I don't know how deep this is gonna go, but like the fact that the Ivory Queen would know about certain like specific allyships within the party is also concerning.
In which set? In which one do you mean?
I just mean like I've read too many books. So like knowing that some people are like closer to some people than others is terrifying. As a concept.
Exactly why I was thinking leave it outside.
Yeah.
Just
Have
Just no
Joe
anything
watch it.
Leave it-
Exactly.
stick it-
We can't let
stick it
people know
under
we
Frank's
sleep.
skull.
The thing is, the thing is, like, she'll know if you leave the sending stone behind.
Oh no, not to leave it behind. Just like pop it
No,
outside.
but even if we leave it
but
out
we
of a
go
conversation,
inside to sleep.
I see what you're saying, but like, even if we were to leave it out of a conversation, or if you were to leave it outside for a few hours, she would know that you weren't breathing.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't care that she knows that that it's not like in hearing range of us. They never said you need to keep the hearing stone where it can hear you at all times.
Do we have a bag of holding or something similar?
I imagine we could just put it in the haversack because is it a
Probably.
haversack of holding?
It's a haversack. Yeah, it's a handy haversack.
But
So in theory-
clearly
Could
the-
Yvette
but
just
that-
put it in the pocket dimension where she put the letters earlier?
I mean, they could, in theory, for an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, so if we need to have any important conversations, I can do that.
I don't think we really need to worry about it while we're sleeping, though.
Just make sure you tell me when you do that, because if you don't do that, I'm gonna assume you don't.
We will.
I thought that
Yeah, no,
that was
Ariel
the Ivory
speaking.
Queen talking for a second. I was like,
Ah,
I was.
I was like, we're not talking in character.
No, so it's Vinny. You let me know, because if you don't tell me that you're doing it, I'm just assuming she hears
"Gonna
everything.
assume that you're not."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. And Mel, that
My
was
face
Ariel
hurts from
being
the
paranoid.
adorableness.
This
That
this
was so
ain't
cute.
normal at all.
Well, make clips of it so then I can post them. We can post them on TikTok.
Oh, I'm so there.
Oh, I already did the mint one.
Honestly, that's my favorite.
Look, I had like 30-second inspiration like right before I said that, and I was like, I wonder if I can make this fucking work. But then you drank water, and I was like, I just gotta say it right now.
It was perfect.
Speaking of, can you spell her name?
Which person?
The one that went on the date.
Full name. Just so you have the spelling.
Just the half that went on the date.
Well, I mean,
quotes.
literally, if you take the name, you can literally just separate it in half afterwards.
I'm just doing it for the quotes, but anyways, continue.
Full name is Bawrachiv. You cut out at Bara, and then Chiv is the second name.
Bawra.
And then the name Adele, I know you spelled it differently. How was that one? How was that one spelled?
Let me track that one down. I believe it's IDE.
IDELE.
IDELLE.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Because it's fantasy, and I gotta spell it different.
I just
Vinny,
needed
thank
to.
you for the session.
Yeah,
It was
thanks.
so good.
Oh yeah, guys,
It
this is
a
fun.
good session.
This is a long boy. This is
I don't
a
know if you're aware
long
that you're
boy.
still streaming, Vinny.
Yeah,
I am.
Didn't we get it? Weren't we gonna say we were gonna try to keep it under a certain time? I think we went
I
further
didn't.
than last time.
I did not
We
say
did.
that.
Yes,
We said we were going to do a cap, but we didn't. Did we put a cap?
We did.
We
I
never
don't think
talked
we
about
ever
an
did.
actual cap.
No.
We never talked about
We
that.
talked about doing that.
All right.
But then we didn't.
I'm- Check on my dog again.
Yeah, I hope he's okay.
This is fun. He seems fine. He took.